This car is really good, and honestly, guys, throughout the entire run, Toby Noodleman told me he didn't speak at all until the caution came out. Ty Majeski very happy with this race car, Jim Trado.
Yeah, the team for the number 21 of Caden Honeycutt was given hand notes by the crew chief. Not a lot of on radio discussion to decipher, but they went to the air pressure gauge to the last possible second. Keep in mind with this 25-lap dash, tire pressures usually are increased because of the shorter run. So Honeycutt and this team trying to get the tire pressures right for the shorter run and adding some tape across the nose as well. It's down to 63 degrees, guys. The wind is stopped, but these cooler temperatures allow them to tape off the nose for a little bit better aero.
Anthony Campy told me they thought they had a tire going down on the Stephen Nasse number 51 machine, but really no major adjustments to this race car. Nasse likes it for the first time today. It still is a little bit tight, so maybe a minor air pressure adjustment is what they were talking about, but this team is very happy with this 51 car at this point of the game. Stephen Nasse's got a shot at the Snowball Derby.
Cole Raz has his car down here under the direction of Jeff Jefferson. This is the Northwestern United States super team when it comes to late models. Raz is on pit road. Jeff Jefferson directing from the pit box. He is telling them to make a left front suspension change, air pressure adjustment. They talked about taping the nose a little bit more, just cleaning the grill right now. So Raz, out of Oregon, this 21-year-old, has a really good piece. They talked about controlling the restart. They're already thinking about what needs to come as they roll their last set of Hoosier tires.
Chase Hansen down here, and the team has just changed 4 tires. A slight air pressure adjustment. Preston Peltier torquing the lug nuts on this 08 car. Again, this is a wild ride for Chase Hansen here today. His best shot for sure. Had a huge super late model win, but really no complaints for Chase Hansen on this 08.
A lot of work, not a lot of time to get it done as all the cars start to return to the racetrack. 25 laps to go in the 57th annual Snowball Derby. The Tom Dawson Trophy and the $50,000 check on the line. We'll come back for the restart right after this. Field is doubling up. We are about a lap and a half away from the restart for the 57th annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports. The biggest short track race of the year is going to come down to a Saturday night short track style shootout. Before we get the one to go signal, we'll throw it down to Joe's Racing Products pit reporter Bob Dillner.
For Jace Hansen, it has been the ride of his life. His crew chief Preston Peltier making a last minute change on that pit stop. Said the car was a little bit tight. Let's make an adjustment. Let's put a spring rubber in that right rear. He's hoping that change propels Jace Hansen to the win here today.
Well, gentlemen, I don't know about you two, but I could certainly feel the energy at an all-time high that it's been here all week long. This is where everything is going to be laid on the line. Ty Majeski trying to win his third Snowball Derby. Jace Hansen trying to play the role of the spoiler, along with Caden Honeycutt, who has led laps today. Cole Razin fourth. Stephen Nasse, your top 5.
Yeah, right here in your top 6. Only one of them has gone to Snowball victory lane with the Tom Dawson Trophy. 22 to go. Coming to 21. Ty Majeski leads us to the green.
Honeycutt follows, looks to the inside, contact between the top 2. Majeski will save. Honeycutt to the lead on the exit of 2.
Honeycutt with the restart of the race. Majeski goes to give it back. Something we've seen with Chandler Smith and Derek Thorne. Now here in 2024, Caden Honeycutt now back on the offense into 1.
And Honeycutt was trying to shut the door before Nasse got there. Nasse gets jacked up by Hansen. Honeycutt back to the rear bumper of Majeski and to the inside for the lead in 3.
Battle for the lead, battle for third. Nasse up the track, back for the third spot. Majeski trying to give just enough room for Honeycutt, but trying to keep him slowed down as well. New leader in turn 2. Honeycutt takes it back.
It's a 2-horse pony show at the dog races right now down the back straightaway. Caden Honeycutt trying to make it 1 into 3. The biggest gap we've seen in the last 2 laps. Honeycutt off of 4 for the Snowball Derby with 18 to go. You see the crew on the right side, Chad Bryant, JC on the side, all of them instantly watching their race car driver want to roll off into the distance. We saw this earlier in the race.
The gloves are certainly off, and it is Honeycutt now who has control of this race with Majeski trying to chase him back down. Caden Honeycutt just turned the fastest lap of the race with 17 laps to go.
They are up on the wheel right now, and he better be. Ty Majeski looking for his third Derby win is in second, and he's fallen back a few car lengths. The action still continuing on back in the field. Running the 54 and 5th is Matt Craig. He's trying to hold off a hungry pack of challengers.
Another 10th towards Caden Honeycutt's advantage. Stephen Nasse, also one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. Really good on the short run. You're watching the battle for 5th through 9th right now. Aggressive, maybe makes the difference of the Snowball Derby caution. Caden Honeycutt right now, all windshield right now as he's leading the Snowball Derby with 15 to go.
Might be one of the first times we haven't seen William Sawalich in the 62 into the top 5. In fact, it looks like he rubbed the Hoosier lettering off the right front of that car. And some restart contact fresh off the pit lane. Sawalich 6th, Ruggiero behind him. Here is the pair of Smiths going at it. Chandler Smith in a 2 car, inside of Sammy Smith in the 8 off of turn number 2. This for 8th spot.
Meanwhile, as they battle side by side, Caden Honeycutt and Ty Majeski pulling away, turning very equal laps that time by. Honeycutt 2/100ths of a second better, very equal times for the top 2, but the separation is about 6 car lengths.
Back up front, your top 3. These are the factors. These are the players we're going to see with 13, now 12 to go. Caden Honeycutt, will be the longest 12 laps of his life. Looking for the biggest win of his career, has grinded, has struggled at this racetrack. He's had highs and lows, but nothing higher than leading the Snowball Derby with 11 to go.
Nasse is closing the gap on Majeski right now. Majeski, that last green flag run was so good. So was Nasse, and they may have adjusted a little more on Nasse. He is closing quickly for the number 2 position.
Should this race stay green, Nasse's going to have to make this pass really quickly. We'll see how patient he's willing to be. 10 laps to go in the Derby. Nasse all over Majeski for second, while Honeycutt continues to try to maintain about an 1/8 of a second advantage over this battle.
Catching Majeski is going to be one thing. His car's still pretty good. Passing him is going to be another. Nasse gets down to the flat on the track. That car really could turn in turn 4. He's to the bottom. He gives him room, does Majeski, for second place.
Majeski about to lose something. We've never seen him so far today. Outside the top 2, Stephen Nasse all over the wheel. We see him in the camera To your right, now watching the crew root on their driver, wanting to chase him down with 8 to go.
Barring a caution, it could end up being a mano-a-mano fight amongst the 21 of Honeycutt, the 51 of Nassi, as the crew has cheered him on to the runner-up spot. 1.3 seconds was the margin last time by. Nassi trying to turn on the afterburners. 7 to go. We'll check the gap here as they come to the stripe, and it's down to 1.2 seconds. He got a 10th, but he needs more.
It's a sizable lead with only 7 laps to go, and they're all on fresh tires. Caden Honeycutt holding a pretty wheel at the front of the field. Nassi was 1/10 quicker last time by. This time, what will the gap of 1.2 go to as they cross the stripe? 0.2 of a second. He has taken off. A near accident would have brought out a yellow. Nassi's closing the gap with 6 to go. Big smoke on the 54 of Craig.
Intensity's up all over the field for spots instantly. Another 10th to Nassi. Last lap by. Now gonna watch a second difference. Now 9/10. Anthony Campi, you see, frustrated of some kind, probably hoping on a yellow or something, but a lot of speed, but a lot of intensity, a lot of emotion with the Snowball Derby with less than 5 to go.
Caden Honeycutt already knows what his plans are for 2025. Carson, you already alluded to it as Campi continues to cheer on Nassi. That time around 0.8 of a second the gap before Honeycutt embarks on his first full-time foray in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. He wants to take the Tom Dawson Trophy and 50 grand along with him. 3 to go.
He's closing the gap by about 1/10 a lap, but he's running out of laps. He's down to 3 is Nassi. That time he took 2/10 off of it. It's 0.6 of a second. Honeycutt just has to be smooth. Barring a big mistake, I think he's on his way to a Derby victory.
2 laps to go for Caden Honeycutt. That time, Nassi much quicker. It's down to 0.4 of a second. Honeycutt is going to have to be perfect in the final stretch to what would be the biggest win of his career, with the most determined driver in the field trying to get there.
Nobody using the seat they paid for. Everybody standing up, including the crew on the right side. Adam, to you.
Honeycutt with a 2-car length lead. Nassi closes. Will he have enough room to make the contact down in turn 3 to try to move him over? Makes a hard run into the corner, comes up short off of turn 4. Career victory for Caden Honeycutt. The Snowball Derby is his.
First time ever a driver from the state of Texas has won the Snowball Derby. And look at the crew celebrating the effort for Caden Honeycutt after Stephen Nassi gave it everything in the final turn.
Unbelievable. Nassi needed one more lap, came up just a couple of feet short in turn number 3. Caden Honeycutt pulls it off. An upset victory, we would consider this. It's not Majeski, it's not Thorne, it's not Pollard, it's not Nassi, it is Caden Honeycutt with an impressive run in the 21. What is that, 4 now winners in a row coming from the outside pole in the Snowball Derby?
Yeah, it's, as you said many a times, 2005, the last time a pole winner won it. What does it mean to win the Snowball Derby? Look at it right there. Caden Honeycutt said he was saving the best for last in what was his 4th and final race here on the weekend, and he wasn't lying to us.
So much emotion for Caden Honeycutt watching this, watching his crew, the intensity, but it goes back to that restart. He absolutely nailed it through the restart box. He was basically picking up the tires, pushing the 91 across, went down into turn 1, made a little bit of contact and able to make it matter when it counted most. And obviously, a really, really stellar job, and especially clicking off the laps. 100 slower. Stephen Nassi's to that back bumper entering 3 with a white flag, knowing how much it means to Nassi. Who knows what could have happened.
That just lined up perfectly for Caden Honeycutt, and he used his aggressiveness on the final restart to do what not many people can do, beat Ty Majeski. Such a good wheelman is Ty Majeski, but this guy here, Caden Honeycutt, turned heads all weekend long. He started on preview day where he was fast in multiple cars.
Honeycutt soaking in the moment here as he's getting set to climb out of the car. And you can see all the emotion and energy has just about caught up to him here in this moment as he is getting set to climb out of his race-winning car as a Snowball Derby winner in 2024. $50,000 and the Tom Dawson Trophy going his way.
We saw the emotion for the victory, and we just saw the emotion of defeat. Time at jet ski, Stephen Nasse. Stephen Nasse probably with the run of his life late in that race. We talked about how important I think it would have been to be on the second row, and he almost had enough time coming from the third row. That Stephen Nasse, so close, but just needed a little bit of more time.
My gosh, what a race over the final 30 laps or so, that final restart. It got crazy up in the top 5, and that's why the Snowball Derby is such a popular race. 57 years of it, and Caden Honeycutt claims his first career victory.
A little bit of setup and preparedness for a celebration of this magnitude. Look at the masses of people that have come out here, many of which fans who parked in the infield to cheer this driver on. He's out of the car. We'll go down to Jim Trado in victory lane.
A dream come true for Caden Honeycutt. The 21-year-old gets the job done in the biggest super late model race in America. This team fought the fight here today. They get doused with some water in victory lane. Caden Honeycutt, I remember when you came here as a kid out of Texas to run this track for the first time. I know how much this place means to you. How much does this victory mean today?
Man, it means more than just me winning. This one's for Jeff Sandlin. Golly, he worked so damn hard for me to race for Pat and Larry. And, this was the year, and we had it done. And unfortunately, he passed away, and he wasn't here to watch. But he was here watching from a better place, man. I just want to thank Larry and Pat for the opportunity, man. I wouldn't be here without them. Thank you for badass fans out there. Thank you, guys. I never really have many fans, so it's good to hear that you guys are cheering for me. I appreciate it. But, yeah, well, thanks Cook Electric, Campy Race Cars, LBM, Jeff Sandlin, Ernest Performance, Peters Racing Engines, man, just everybody that helps Larry and Pat on this deal. And, damn it, man, I can't believe it. I've never won a super late model race until today. So yeah, I threw up a little bit, but it was just from me being excited, not for me worn out. But, man, just unbelievable, Bob. I can't believe it.
That's okay. It's pure emotion here today, dude. You had Stephen Nasse right there coming really hard at the end of this race to try to catch you. How aware were you?
Yeah, Platt was telling me 2 back, hard, tight. I was like, oh, shoot. I better throttle up here. So I basically did a burnout from all the way off forward to the checker to make sure I got it. But, man, Stephen had an opportunity to go and do something historic and go back-to-back from last night, and I just appreciate him racing me clean. You know, not many guys do that for the win nowadays. So props to him, props to everybody for a good race today. We had a pretty clean race today. So, man, I can't believe it. I was kind of worried on Saturday doing our runs, and JC kept me calm, cool, and collected, and he told us we were good. And also want to thank Weeder for all he's done for me to the end of this year in this Pro Late Model deal and helping us out last night. And every single one of these guys, they work their damn asses off, and it takes a lot to win the Derby.
Let's talk about this team. You have a lot of giant teams down here. Larry and Pat, they've been doing this for a really long time, getting you a new shirt down here in Victory Lane with that FloRacing hat on as well. But I want to talk about this team, the little team that could here today in the 57th running of the Snowball Derby. How important is it for a team like this to beat some of the giants out there?
Yeah, it's unbelievable, especially when they want to prove a point that their stuff's good. So it for damn sure is good. So, man, like I said, Pat and Larry gave me an opportunity I absolutely couldn't pass up. I love running for Pat. He's done a lot for my career and where I'm at right now. So I appreciate those two, and hopefully we can do more in the future and come back next year and maybe go back-to-back. But, yeah, it might be a little team, but they sure know how to get it done. They've had a lot of trophies on their fridge in the shop.
Are you ready for that kiss of the Snowball on top of the Tom Dawson Trophy? Will it be the best kiss of your life?
Yeah, for the second time this week, Bob. Woo!
Caden Honeycutt, the Cars Tour Pro Late Model Champion, now a Snowball Derby winner at Five Flags Speedway.
And what could have been for Stephen Nasse? He overcame damage from a restart Malachi crunch. He got his way to second. He could see the leader. He could see the white flag. And yet you came up 1 spot short in your best run in the Derby yet, Stephen. Your thoughts as you're fighting back those tears still?
Yeah, I'll tell you. This, this might even hurt worse than getting disqualified, and I was so close. But I will say, it couldn't happen to a better group of guys. They, they work so hard. Pat Jett, Larry Blunt, Caden Honeycutt, man, he's a great driver and a great guy. I'm super proud for them because, we lost a good friend of ours, Jeff Sandlin, and I know how close they all were with him. We all were real close, but, they got our family over there with them, and it's tough. It's tough, but you know what? Second place ain't bad at the Snowball, and we'll go on to next year, maybe get it then.
I was thinking to myself, this is Nasty time. Fresh tires, 25 to go. That car was on rails.
Yeah. The 08 jacked me up getting into one there out of nowhere, and that just ruined our chances. So, that let them guys get way ahead of me, and I couldn't catch back up. But, like I said, hats off to them. I appreciate him and Ty running me clean, and appreciate all you fans. We wouldn't be out here without you guys. I do all this for y'all. I love passing race cars. I love putting on a show. 30th to second ain't too bad.
It's a great show and a great effort and a great bit of hospitality. He's over talking to Caden Honeycutt. He's also talking to Ty Majeski. He knows how hard it is to win or finish second or finish third here at the Derby, Bob.
Ty Majeski comes up just a little bit short here today. You had a dynamite race car. What happened at the end of the race?
I don't know. We were probably just a little bit off on the short run, really all weekend. I know we, sat on the pole, but yeah, a little bit different conditions Friday night. We just, in race trim, we didn't see that raw speed, and I kind of felt it all weekend. And, the Snowball's an interesting race because it's long run, and it always comes down to a 20-lap shootout. So you have to have a good enough long-run car to keep yourself in the game, and then a good short-run car or have the right adjustments to make your car go in the short run. And Caden was just a little bit better than us all day on the short run, and that's what it came down to today. So, yeah, we just really weren't in the game at the end, but huge thank you to iRacing.com, Kevin from TKC Construction, everybody on this race team, Brad, Nancy Mansett still own this car, Todd Nagel, my current team owner. I love having the opportunity coming down to race Snowball Derbies. It's such a challenge. Like I always say, you can't ever be fast enough to win this thing. But just huge thank you to all the supporters, all the fans out there. Hope you guys enjoyed the show today.
You've been watching Caden Honeycutt celebrate in Victory Lane. You know that feeling of winning your first Snowball Derby. What is it like for him? What was it like for you? What is he going to remember about this day?
Oh, it's special. This is the pinnacle right here, this race of, short track racing. And anytime you can conquer that feat is very special. So Caden's a good kid. Look forward to racing him next year in the Truck Series. He's a racer, and it's good to have more racers in the Truck Series. So happy to be here. Happy to have the opportunity to sit on another podium. Just not quite enough today.
And it's nice for all of us who are super late model fans to have Ty Majeski, a two-time Snowball Derby winner, as a NASCAR Truck Series champion.
He's got a lot of work to do.
There is the Nassi 51 starting deep in the pack along with the other provisionals and the last chance race winners tonight.
We get an update on a car that's going to join Nassi towards the tail of the pack. Here's Jim.
Yeah, Jace Hale qualified the number 15 to the 30th position, the last car in on time, but he came to pit road here under the pace laps, guys. They think the right front shock, the lower bolt might have pulled out or something of that nature. They went at it with 2 wrenches. Paul Gomes and his son, Jacob Gomes, were down here to oversee things for that California racer. He'll have to start dead last in the field after coming to pit road, Bob.
Brandon Lopez is in this race, and he starts a little bit further back than he wanted to, but that blue number 6 is going to be awfully good in this race. In fact, he told me it could have been better in qualifying, but quite honestly, the first laps this weekend for that car on this racetrack were his qualifying laps. He chose to concentrate on the Super, was not concentrating on this Pro Late model at all. Watch for him to come through this field.
Take one more look at who we're going to be riding along with for this race. Luke Baldwin, our pole sitter for Rick Ware Racing. Going to have a good vantage point of what it's like to parade the field in the Alan Turner Snowflake 100 as we are 1 lap away from kicking off one of the major headlining events of the weekend here at Five Flags Speedway. And we'll also be riding along with Keelan Harvick, who will be rolling off inside of road number 8. A couple of unique vantage points to guide us through the 125 laps that we were not certain we would see tonight. Adam, it's time.
First feature race of this long Snowball Derby week is now. 1:41 Central Time AM. Ready for green, Luke Baldwin, Caden Honeycutt. Underway in the Cookout restart zone. The Alan Turner Snowflake 125 is green.
Come on, get after it. Hit your mark, buddy. Be smooth outside. Still there at the door. Even. Outside of the 82 only. Still out there. Way out there.
Lap 1 is in the books, and it goes to the pole sitter Baldwin as there's contact between McKee and Klein in the battle for 5th spot. Riding behind them is Francis in the 33, looking to see which lane is going to prevail.
We heard a lot of drivers talking about that extra 25 laps. We heard drivers talking about maybe the tire giving up for the lead to the inside. Last year's winner of the Derby, Caden Honeycutt, pulls alongside pole sitter Luke Baldwin for the number 1 position. Lead change on lap 3.
Now Zampa tries to keep the fender inside of Baldwin, the challenger for 2nd. He lifted to give Baldwin a chance. It may cost him 3rd. Here's Klein in the 1 car to the bottom of the 29 for 3rd spot off of turn number 2.
Racing early for position. Klein on the inside of Zampa for the number 3 spot. Klein said he had a lot to prove here at the Derby. He qualified into the Derby. He qualified into the Flake. He's got a fast number 1 on its way to the front.
McKee also thought about getting a fender down to the inside of Zampa, but could not do so on the approach to turn 1. Albert Francis in the 33 riding in line. And then it's Jake Finch in the 18, the red and black 18, just behind Francis. Rounding out the front 8 is going to be Gabe Brown in the number 24 car in 8th spot.
McKee closes that gap for the number 4 position. Tristan McKee set atop the board. In fact, did it on his first lap of qualifying. Eventually was bumped down a little bit into the 6th qualifying position, but now making a move into the top 5. Now for 4th, Zampa dropping back to 5th.
McKee is going to complete this pass off of turn number 4 while the leaders continue to flash by. Problems for one of our drivers who made it in through the LCQ. Chase Bergeson has come down to the attention of his crew. He is on the pit lane and falling several laps down early in this race as McKee now jumps up to 4th spot.
Zampa now gets a pretty good run through turn 4, kind of fighting back a little bit with McKee, followed closely by Francis. There you see the work going on in the pits to a car going pit side early, Bergeson, who transferred through a last chance qualifier.
It's a team car to that of Brandon Lopez, another one of the Bryson Lopez cars, and they are frantically trying to see if they can get Bergeson back out there for some very pivotal laps and experience in this race.
Very unfortunate. He had a really good race car in that last chance. Maybe was good enough to win.
Oh, trouble, and that's Smith with a hard crash in turn 1.
reports of fluid as well, most likely coming from that 33, but a big hit for Dustin Smith. Brings it down to the apron of the racetrack in turn 2.
Smith, the driver who was on the outside looking in at one point in this race, had to fall back on one of the 2 provisionals that are up for grabs for the series that partake often here at the Five Flags Speedway. Started this race towards the back of the field by virtue of that provisional. Was inside row 18 when they came down for the green. And the window net is down, indicating he is okay. But the first caution of the Snowflake 125 is going to fall on lap number 9 after big problems for the number 33 of Dustin Smith on the approach to turn number 1.
A little more traditional big front impact for Dustin Smith, and some of the other impacts we've seen tonight where it's been the left rear destroyed on the race cars that have had hard hits. One of the crew members running over to see the damage to the number 33 that has destroyed the right front of the race car. Just 9 laps into the Alan Turner Snowflake 125. Caden Honeycutt looked strong early, was able to take the lead on lap 3 from Luke Baldwin.
Before coming to a stop on the back straightaway.
Report that we're getting the update on Chase Bergeson after the problem that brought him to the pit lane early in this race. Now falling several laps down, it was an issue with, we believe, the right front wheel on that car that forced him to scramble. He lost several laps in the process, but you see it rejoining the field as the wrecker arrives on the scene for Dustin Smith to retrieve that car from the exit of turn number 2.
Well, I think over the first few laps we saw we could have a pretty racy track. Of course, things have dried out even more. It's pretty dry from all the way at the bottom of the track all the way up to the top. When we started qualifying earlier, we heard drivers talking about it. It's a pretty narrow racetrack, only about 1.5 lanes to 2 lanes, and they all use those during qualifying. But now we're a few hours later after the last chances have run. Now all of a sudden we have a dry racetrack from bottom to top, and it's going to be racy. If you've got a good race car, you can make your way to the front.
Well, after the issue for Dustin Smith, we're going to go down for a Joe's Racing Products pit update from Jim.
I happen to see Dustin Smith making his way forward in quick fashion. He was on the outside here on the front stretch when I saw his car wiggle a little bit, and the right foot right in the outside wall where the word 5 in Five Flags Speedway is. That's the nose impact along the wall. That was a really hard impact. He stayed in the gas as long as he could, but that damage too much to continue as it limped to the bottom of turn 2 on the apron.
Thanks, Jim. That's a really unique spot to have a problem. It appears as though perhaps something mechanical premeditated the incident for that of Smith, who is fortunate enough that this is not going to be the exclamation point on his weekend. He's in the Derby tomorrow and will have his own chance at redemption here a little bit less than 12 hours from now.
Yeah, he started deep in the pack, missed the top 30 in qualifying, used the provisional, started inside of row number 18, and as Jim mentioned, was working his way up. Pretty decent race car. Dustin thought he could make his way up through the field in the race for disaster strikes on lap 9.
That should be noted, contrary to what we have planned for tomorrow for the Snowflake in terms of the race procedures, it is 125 green flag laps. Again, we will expect a mandatory caution on or around lap 75 for a 5-minute break. For more, we'll go down for Joe's Racing Products pit report. Here's Bob.
And I just spoke to the Dustin Smith team, and they said there was indeed contact that made him hit the wall on the front stretch where Jim was talking about. And it was contact in the left rear. They're not exactly sure who it was because they were pretty much in a heated battle, but that contact is what forced him into that outside retaining wall.
Incredibly unfortunate there, and not the spot in which you would expect to get hooked into the fence. Not that any spot is acceptable to get hooked into the fence, but nevertheless, the middle of the front stretch is where the number 33 machine of Dustin Smith's night is going to end in the Snowflake 125, with caution remaining out here on lap number 9. And look at the damage sustained to the right side of that race car.
Yeah, that's a big impact. And then he rolled all the way around to turn number 2, which made me wonder how Dustin was doing inside the car, but almost immediately dropping the window net once it came to a stop. The heavily destroyed number 33.
now that team will get to survey the damage, see what they got to do to pack it on up and get it prepared for the trip back home. As Caden Honeycutt is the leader, got the lead away from Snowball, but in the early stages of this race, Casey Klein scored third, Tristan McKee fourth, Dylan Zampa your top 5. You should expect the restart about 2 laps from now.
Dustin Smith, the winner of the Rogers Dabbs Performance Parts Challenge Series this year for the Pro Late models. It runs at several tracks, including 5 Flags, Nashville, and others. Picking up a $5,000 bonus this year with Smith. Back to Bob.
Dustin Smith climbing outside of his race car after a big lick. Dustin, I understand there was some contact on the racetrack. What happened?
Yeah, I should have been back there with all the squirrels.
I guess it's rather evident how Dustin Smith feels about what happened there. And again, we were unable to identify exactly who he had the initial contact with that ended his race so early. But a tough break, especially after such a long and jam-packed day, to have it all unwind with less than 10 laps being complete in this race.
9 down and 116 to go in the Alan Turner Snowflake 125, getting prepared for a restart. Field is doubled up. Honeycutt has the lead. We'll bring the field to the green of the restart zone next time. For Baldwin, he'll try to get down before Casey Klein pounces and fills that inside lane.
Honeycutt trying to join a pretty exclusive list. Granted, there's still a long way to go, but only 5 drivers have been able to capture both the Flake and Derby. Gary St. Amant, Augie Grill, Chase Elliott, John Hunter Nemechek, and Derek Thorne. Honeycutt's trying to be the 6th driver to ever earn both top honors here at the 5 Flag Speedway. As they come into the cookout restart zone, Honeycutt has the field in command, and we're back underway at the Snowflake.
What a restart for Tristan McKee in the outside lane. Look out, Casey Klein nearly spun it in turn 1. Now he's got cars looking low and high in the back straightaway.
Klein was able to catch the car before he had an issue there, and Craig Slonwhite has gone around. In the 99, the race is still green. Now the caution flag flies as the 99 started to roll away from the scene with the leaders barreling down on him.
Yeah, they were going through turn 1, and he finally got rolling in turn 2 and didn't want to take any chances with him being down in the racing line, so they threw the yellow flag, and Slonwhite able to pull away, but a quick caution after our most recent restart. Second yellow of the early going of this 125.
That moment for Casey Klein, I wasn't sure if maybe he brushed the inside wall to upset the car, if it bottomed out on the approach to turn 1, but a great job by Klein to keep it off the competitors to the outside and not cause a major accident that would have started up towards the top 5 of the field, with the rest of the field barreling down on them after that restart attempt.
I think a lot of it is you're just putting so much wheel in it after a restart. Colder tires again, going into the corner, cranking on that wheel, trying to keep it off the car on the outside of you, but staying in the gas, so you try to close that opening where Baldwin was in the outside lane. Some damage to the left front of Nassie's number 51, and he's starting deep in the pack. See if he comes to the pits and works on it. He's still pretty deep there, and he will make the left turn and come to pit road. Now Nassie didn't qualify well, but took the provisional to get into this race, and Nassie's used to coming from the back in a lot of races, including the Flake, where he is a year ago picked up 23 spots to win, picked up 25 spots the year before that to finish 3rd, picked up 10 spots the year before that to finish 9th, and picked up 23 spots in 2021 to finish 6th. So he likes to pass cars. He starts toward the back, and I won't say he likes to start toward the back, but he does like to pass cars. And now he's going to have to do it again here, because they're going to work on the front to get him back out there. Down to our Joe's Racing Products pit reporter, Bob Dillner.
Yeah, down here taking a look at the damage on Stephen Nassie's car. And it's not only on the left front, it's all the way across the nose and on the right front fender as well. They're checking underneath the hood to make sure they don't have to strap anything. And I see that radiator is actually wiggling pretty good with that entire shroud as well. So they're going to try to ratchet strap on that to make sure that's secure inside that race car, because Stephen Nassie
without that won't be able to get back out there, but some significant damage to the front end of the 51.
So the attempt to go back-to-back for Nassi after it took him several tries to win this race. In fact, he won it in his 8th start in the Snowflake when he got the victory a year ago. After starting in the back of the pack, if he does want to find a way to blitz up through this field in the final 115 laps, it's going to come after a good bit of work to try to get this car back right. And they're certainly trying as best as they can to get him back out there, as the field is already doubled up for this ensuing restart.
Pace car lights are off. We're coming back to green on the restart with 10 laps in, 1:15 to go. Caden Honeycutt to the Cookout restart zone. Picks up the pace about the same time as Baldwin as they head to turn 1.
Oh, one car mid-pack did not get going. That was Zampa, who checked up to the top side. Everybody's able to continue on for now. Honeycutt trying to get to the lead. Baldwin slices to the bottom to protect the inside with McKee to third.
Nassi does get back out onto the racetrack to join the tail end of the field as they race by. And turn number 2, Honeycutt leads. Lap number 11, Baldwin up the track a little bit. Tristan McKee closing the gap from the 3rd spot.
McKee trying to close. Casey Klein in the 1 car there, also riding steady in 4th. Albert Francis rounds out the top 5 as things stand right now. I mentioned Zampa, who had a hiccup on the start. That kicked him out of the top 10. He's fallen back to 12th as the leaders are separated by about 2 car lengths on the back straightaway.
Blake Baldwin's car in the 2nd spot got a little bit free on corner exit of turn number 2, but he still runs in the tire tracks of last year's Derby winner. Caden Honeycutt at the front of the field. Top 5, each with about a couple of car lengths in between one another.
Right now, Honeycutt able to pretty much pace this race at the moment as we drop back and check in on Francis in the battle for 5th, getting pressured hard from Gabe Brown and Casey Roderick in that orange 62 for Ty King Motorsports. Spencer Davis is spot behind them. And here's Roderick trying to size up the number 24 car, Brown down the backstretch.
Yeah, Roderick, one I think we need to watch for. He's just a veteran that's so good here. So good in pro and super late model racing. 62 looks tuned up here early on, following Brown, a car that was fastest in practice yesterday. Backed it up with a pretty good qualifying attempt. And Albert Francis running in the 5th spot, trying to hold off those 2 strong race cars.
And for Roderick, who could forget the wreck that he was involved in here about a little bit past halfway in the race 1 year ago when he climbed over the right rear of another car. By the time it landed, he was head on into the outside wall. It collected several drivers, and he's got a bird's eye view of what's getting to be a physical contest for 5th as Gabe Brown gave a little slight nudge to the left rear of Albert Francis for that 5th position.
Gabe Brown has a really good race car. Just watch how it rolls the center of the corner. That gap he closes up. Francis closes the door. Brown is there. Francis missed turn 3 just a little bit high, and that opened the inside. And now he's going to get freight trained a bit. Here comes the 62 of Roderick, and they're lining up behind him as well. Spencer Davis is there too, all inside the top 10.
Roderick to the inside of Francis now that the door has been kicked open, and he's trying to charge his way up to the inside. Zach Dixon has come on the pit lane as well. Race stays under green as Francis gets a half car length advantage off of turn 2, but Roderick able to pull him down the backstretch and surge into turn number 3 with Davis looking to follow him through on the bottom. Now Davis up the inside as Francis is sideways.
3 wide, not the place you want to be for the outside lane or the middle for sure. Davis takes advantage. Looking for the 2 for 1 is Spencer Davis.
And Roderick was the wise man there in the middle. He pedaled it, lifted, ducks back in line, and that's going to pull more cars into this fight. That's Jake Finch in the 18, Keelan Harvick in the 62, tapping on Finch's back bumper, as Harvick rides 10th with Capello behind him in 11th spot in the 11 car.
Yeah, Harvick feels like right now he's got a way better car than Jake Finch. He was all over him in turn 2. He was all over him in 3 and 4. Right side of the screen, you see the in-car camera from the Hunt Brothers piece of 62 of Keelan Harvick.
And get an idea of just how rough this racetrack can be as he is trying to get right to the back bumper of Finch and to the inside of the start-finish line.
No! Some contact there as he and Finch get together. They continue on. Right now, obviously, Keelan Harvick, 62, a little bit quicker than Finch's car. Finch, let's see if he tries to go back after him. He can't get there. He can't. turn to the bottom. He will remain under attack as here comes the 29 of Zampa.
You saw just how welcoming that inside lane was for Zampa. He thought about having a late lunge down to the inside of Finch. Conceded the thought when he got to turn 3. It's cost him a little bit of ground to Harvick as Harvick continues to drive further forward. He's already caught Roderick, who holds 8th.
Yeah, that car is wicked fast right now. He's got to use some patience too. He can't take a chance of spinning someone out. He had a good run to the inside of the 18 of Finch that time. And right now that car is in attack mode.
Low and straight exit.
Harvick running 9th. In front of him, Roderick running in 8th. I thought Roderick was going to continue to move forward, but he's sort of fading right now. And here comes Harvick for the 8th spot.
A battle amongst the 62s. The green 62 on the bottom, Keelan Harvick. The orange 62 top side, Casey Roderick. Harvick is going to take that spot and move up to 8th place right now. After starting back in 15th spot, Keelan Harvick is on the move.
Harvick running strong. As you mentioned, started pretty deep. 15th position. Picked up 7 spots already. Look at this battle deep in the field. Yarborough in the 35. Contact coming from the inside. Slate gets by. Avidizian caught up. She's going to lose a couple of spots here as well.
It was Slade who made the initial contact with Yarborough. That checked up Avidizian, who's still pinned up top. That's Silas Ripley in the 20 as Avidizian has her hands full off of turn number 4.
Some of her dirt racing experience coming into play there. Was able to slide it sideways and continue in the right direction. Avidizian running in the 25th spot the last time she came by the line. Tries to regroup as she gets to the bottom and another spot toward the front for the 62 of Keelan Harvick.
It's going to move Keelan up into 7th position, getting around Albert Francis. After that car has been on a rail, the question now becomes, is this pace sustainable to get us up to that lap 75 mandatory break with these F45 stars, as now Roderick sizes up Francis for a spot in the top 10 as well.
If your car is as good, I think, as the 62 of Harvick's is right now, it will still be good at the end. It's the cars like Francis who's skating around, hanging on to it, having to overdrive it maybe to keep up and try to hold off cars like the 62 of Harvick that are going to be in trouble in the late going.
Speaking of trouble, some of these cars are in trouble. Caden Honeycutt, the leader in the 54, has caught some of the cars at the tail end of the lead lap. That's Alex LeBay in the 42, who's been struggling with the handle on that car. He's scored in 32nd spot. Honeycutt wants to try to cut through this field, but there are a lot of ill-handling cars out in front of the leader in the 54.
LeBay moves over finally and allows the 54 of Honeycutt by. You see the distance back to the 2nd place car. Right side of the screen, that's the 51 of Baldwin. But the traffic is extremely heavy. It's the tail end of the lead lap cars moving over as Slonwhite now in the 99. Right there is the 50 of Shotco 2.
And the dangerous part about navigating through some of these cars, they're not all driving all that good as there's contact in front of Honeycutt. Around goes the 50 of Shotco, and Honeycutt's able to avoid.
Yellow lights are on for a 3rd time. 35 laps into the event, 90 laps to go. And we knew there was a lot of traffic right there in front of the leader, Caden Honeycutt. There's attempts to put drivers at the tail end of the field down a lap. Several were lined up. They were still protecting the bottom, trying to stay on the lead lap. Honeycutt with a 50 of Shotco there, still spun in 4.
Shotco, who made this race by virtue of the last chance, was fighting hard to stay on the lead lap. In his 2nd Snowflake start, he's to the inside of Jared Butcher. They slide up and make contact, and what a masterful job by the race leader Honeycutt to let off early, allow the car to slide just a little bit, and work his way on by with no contact at all to the broadside 50 of Shotco.
And that's what it was. I mean, Shotco knew he had to go, so he got into turn 3 a little bit too heavy, slid up the banking off the bottom, made that contact, caused the car to spin around. Shotco transferred through the last chance qualifier earlier, and now we'll have his work cut out for him as the spin takes place right in front of the leader. And you mentioned it, Caden Honeycutt What a move to get around it. They were right by his driver's door, the tail end of that car when it was spinning.
Luke Yarbrough and the team taking advantage of this caution to come down and make some repairs to the right rear after a little bit of contact. For more, let's go to a Joe's Racing Products pit report. Here's Bob.
And I think you hit the nail on the head there. That contact that they've had with several different competitors, that's what they are working on down here for the 35 machine. This is Ricky Turner's car, and it looks like they have the fender, the right rear quarter panel, pulled away enough from the tire. They thought it was rubbing on that right rear, but Turner talking to his crew, making sure while they have this car down there that it is okay to go back out on the racetrack.
And of course, under yellow flag conditions here, you don't lose a lap in the pits. That's a fortunate break for these competitors, especially with the yellow flag laps not counting in this event. They work on the Yarborough number 35, a provisional starter that had picked up several spots. Vito Cancilla's number 27 pit side as well. Matt Craig's 54 coming to the pits. There's a surprise. Craig had fallen to 16th position, and maybe it's a matter of something isn't right in this race car. Checking the stagger on the back end of the car to see if maybe stagger has grown or shrunk. Setup not feeling right to Matt Craig.
And with 90 laps still to go in this race, plus the scheduled break that's going to come on or around lap 75, why not take a swing and see what you can do, see if you can make it better in this stretch run as we go back down to Bob.
Right now, Jared Butcher has his number 54 machine, and Caden Lapsevich is making the adjustment right there. I talked to Caden right before Jared pulled his number 54 down pit road, and I said, how is it? He goes, awful. I said, well, what's wrong with the race car? And he said, it's wicked loose around this racetrack. So that's what they're making right now, adjustments to kind of tighten up this 54 just a little bit, Jim.
Vito Cancella has brought this Rocky Award number 27 to pit road. The young driver at age of 14, looking to be one of the youngest drivers ever to win the Snowflake. It won't happen tonight. A servo or a steering rack issue, according to Willie Allen here in the Vito Cancella pit. He is done.
Heartbreaker for the driver out of Martinez, California. Looking for an opportunity to make his Snowflake debut. Did so last year. This was his second straight start. As you see, Shaco's team still working on that car after the spin. Got a bit of a beauty mark on the right side door, but the rest of the body work, no worse for the wear, to give him a chance to get back out there and see what they got for the rest of this race.
It's been a frantic pace here early on with a lot of drivers, especially deeper in the field, trying to race forward to give themselves a chance. One that's been on the move, Keelan Harvick, has picked up several spots so far. Now the field will be bunched up, and if he puts himself in the right position for the restart, and he's got to like the fact that he's on the inside lane and he's behind another fast race car driven by a young man, the number 24 of Gabe Brown.
Adam, I can't help but think we may see a bit of a trend develop here. We ran about 25 laps from our last caution to caution number 3, and there were a lot of cars that were handling not well. And once the leader got there, it's almost like he had to tiptoe his way through that traffic. That could be a bit of a trend tonight, especially with this tire compound combination that we're working with, plus the cold temperatures, plus the condition of the racetrack. We might see a wide range of difference in handling characteristics from some of the cars up towards the front and those struggling to stay on the lead lap.
It almost worked out well for Honeycutt. He didn't have to try to pass those cars in front of him. He got the yellow and avoided the crash. Back to a restart, back to green, 35 down, 90 to go. Good even start at the front of the field. Baldwin with a nice restart, second lane. Can he stay alongside? So far, so good, heading to 3.
That's a great launch off of turn 2 for Baldwin. Honeycutt's going to drive that car down in the corner, and Baldwin's trying to figure out the top side in 3 and 4. Washes wide. Honeycutt back to the lead. Baldwin slams the door shut on McKee, who tries to nudge him up wide in the battle for second off turn 2.
He didn't just try, he succeeded. He moves the 51 of Baldwin up the track, and now Baldwin has Klein right behind him. Brown looking to the inside. Spencer Davis running the inside lane. This is a chance. Pick up some spots for Brown, Davis, and Harvick, who is there as well in the inside lane.
Top lane at 1 and 2 looks a little bit better than 3 and 4 at this point of the race. Baldwin, however, is going to lose some ground on the approach to turn 3. Brown cements the move off the corner to get to a podium spot. Now it's Davis with a good run on the bottom side of the 96. Luke Baldwin kind of trapped up to the top side while Harvick gets by Klein. He's trying to get by Baldwin as well off turn 2. Inside the cockpit of the 62 of Keelan Harvick, right side of the screen. His run early on has been good, but so is Davis's, so is Brown's. Right in front of him. Down the track went Baldwin, got back into the inside lane. He almost hadn't quite cleared that rear bumper of Harvick, and Luke Baldwin's 51's a bit off the pace. You can see just how much Keelan Harvick has to hustle. The car around is behind them. That's Klein with a masterful save off turn 4 as Roderick was to his inside. Talked about some of the cars starting to fade and drivers that have their hands full right now. We've seen Albert Francis. We've seen the one of Klein now sideways. We've seen others. I think the 51 of Baldwin fading a little bit. And it's early in the race. They have a long way to go, and those cars are only going to get worse if they're not handling well now. How about Connor Jones? He started outside of Keelan Harvick back in the 16th spot in row number 8. He's following Harvick up through the field. He's up to 8th spot after getting around Klein. Jones having a really good drive up through the pack. That's good news for Jones. Struggled with the super late model this weekend, but the Pro is running strong inside of the top 10. Still a long way to go. Zampa, the 29, racing now with a 33 of Francis. And just behind him, how about Colin Allman? First time that we're talking about Colin tonight. He has been stout just about everywhere he has gone. Last year had to overcome so many problems to net a really positive result here in the Flake. That battle's right side of your picture. The fight for 4th heating up on the left side of your frame. Harvick holding 5th, but he's all over Spencer Davis. He's not going to wait long. He gets to the inside. The opening was there as Davis went up the track. 4th place changing hands in 3 and 4. Keelan Harvick continues his move forward. 4-wheel slide up to the wall on the front stretch. Next item on Harvick's agenda is going to be Gabe Brown, who runs in 3rd spot. While this fight behind him between Zampa and company, this is for the final spot in the top 10. Isaac Kitzmiller lurking in the 25. Allman's trying to follow Zampa through, but Albert Francis is doing a really solid job holding tight on the outside lane to try to defend this 10th position. I don't know how long he can do it, though, and they're lining up behind him. He could fade pretty far here, and the field starts to slow as we have a spin over in turn number 2. It's Ray Slade around. Slade has spun to draw the 4th caution of the race as some of the lead lap cars come blitzing by him on both sides. This caution is going to fall on lap number 46, and it is our 4th caution of this race for another driver making his Snowflake debut, and there's pretty considerable damage to the right front of that race car. Man, pretty good green flag run with some pretty impressive racing going on. Drivers fading back, cars a little bit off, and some of the well-handling cars moving forward. I think we're going to have some excitement now inside of our top 5. Tristan McKee's car strong in the 2nd spot. Gabe Brown is up to 3rd. Gabe Brown has a fast race car. A lot of damage to the left rear of Brandon Lopez machine, the Bryson Lopez operation, as he is going to come down to the attention of his crew here. This is his 2nd Snowflake attempt for Brandon Lopez. He made the show 1 year ago, started all the way back at 34th, finished 16th. We're trying to get a look at what happened down in turn 1, and wow, that was Slade up just about over the top of the left rear of Lopez as he was slowing to approach turn 1. Battling for position fairly far back in the field. It was for the 24th position. Bob Dillner is down in the pit lane for Brandon Lopez.
And I saw that incident right in front of me where I was standing down into turn number 1 near Luke Baldwin's pit, and I saw Lopez and the 82 get together, but Lopez a lot of damage. In fact, they're heating up some of the bare bond right here. They're going to put that on the race car. The reason why they heat it up, cold temperatures, right? It's more flexible when they get it on the race car. But you can see the left rear quarter panel really damaged on the number 6 machine. This car not handling well at all for Lopez during this race, but that's really all cosmetic damage to the number 6 right now. So if they get this repaired, work the bare bond, heat that on the race car, and get it shaped, he should be okay. It's going to take some time, of course, but they're not going to lose any laps here on pit road because that body work on the door as well as the left rear quarter panel is pretty crumbled down here on pit road.
We've seen him struggle in cold temperatures and damp conditions like we have tonight, getting the bare bond to stick to the side of the car. They spent a lot of time heating it up. We'll see how it hangs on to the side. It doesn't look like it's totally smooth down on the race car, not sticking perfectly. So that might be a little bit of a task trying to get that to stay together.
Considerable amount of damage for Lopez, who celebrated his first career Cars Tour Pro Late Model win earlier this season at Caraway. Went on to finish second in driver points in that series in his second year traveling with the Tour. As we mentioned, also his second Snowflake attempt in 2025. And this team, which celebrated top honors in helping Caden Honeycutt win a driver's championship on the Pro Late Model side, now doing everything they can to try to get him back out there. Alex LeBay has been struggling a good bit all night. Joe's Racing Products pit reporter Jim Trado's down there to tell us more.
Yeah, back in a late model, he actually has been racing in the NASCAR Xfinity, now O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. 7 starts this year, almost full campaigns the last 4 or 5 seasons. So to see him here racing the Flake, it's good to see the driver that won the NASCAR Canada Championship back in 2017. A lot of work in the left rear fender well. Looks like the left rear shock is being adjusted in a big way with the wrenches. The same Hoosier tire that started the race is back on. The 42 of Alex LeBay, the Canadian star, making his first official Snowflake start after not qualifying in his other attempt several years ago. Bob?
The hood closes on Ray Slate's machine down here. He was involved in that incident with Brandon Lopez, and you could see right here this right front tire. It's not turned out. It's bent up front suspension on this car. That's why you see the tire turned out. He had the wheel straight. The left front is straight. So a lot of damage to the right front suspension here for Rafe Slate, as well as some damage to the body as well. Rafe is about to climb out of that race car. We'll try to get a word with him here in just a second as he talks to his team down here on pit road. But unfortunate circumstance, battling a little bit further back in the field than he would have liked to have happened. Let's get a word right now. Some contact with you in the number 6 of Lopez down there. What happened?
I don't honestly know. I mean, I was all the way up to his door going in and all the way down the straightaway. So I don't know if there was a spotter miscommunication or what. I mean, he's not the only one tonight. I mean, there's been cars, we're what, 45 laps in, and they're bouncing all over the place. So I don't know. I just don't get it. I mean, give it a little space. Give it.
Hard racing for the 82 and Lopez down there.
Thanks, Bob. Getting set to get back underway. 79 to go as they come to the Cookout restart zone. Caden Honeycutt in command. Tristan McKee trying the shot on the top side as they go to turn 1 in the battle for the lead.
He should get a decent run off of 2, but this time it's Honeycutt starting to close the door and almost didn't have him cleared. They nearly made contact, but Honeycutt leads. Here's the onboard with Keelan Harvick running down the 3rd spot.
Harvick on that top side, going to slice down to the bottom to try to protect 3rd as he's got the number 24 just behind him and Gabe Brown. McKee trying to protect that 2nd position as Honeycutt opens up some breathing room. Harvick all over the back bumper of McKee for 2nd off turn 4.
Youngster at 13 years of age, son of Kevin Harvick, the NASCAR Cup Series champion, making big headway, showing his talents at a very young age. And getting around Gabe Brown on that restart, I think, was huge because the 24 car is as good, if not better, than we saw the 62 a little while ago, though they were both moving up through the pack.
Next time by, we're approaching the point of the race where we are going to eclipse the first 50 laps of this race, which means we'll be about 25 laps away from our one and only mandatory caution as Brown starts to turn up the heat on Harvick in his fight for 3rd. Spencer Davis riding behind these two in 5th.
Yeah, that 24 car, I've talked a lot about it. It's really, really good through the corners. In fact, I think it's still better than the 62. Maybe not quite as good as the 7. We'll keep our eyes on the 7 of Tristan McKee running in the 2nd spot, and obviously Caden Honeycutt's got a very good piece tonight. The 54 pulling away from these 3 fast race cars.
Honeycutt, since the restart, able to open up about a 3/4 of a second lead over this now 3-car fight for P2 with McKee, Harvick, Davis. Check that, McKee, Harvick, and Brown all locked together. Davis a little bit further back in 5th. Luke Baldwin, since fading from the front of the field as our pole sitter, sits 6th. It's Casey Roderick, Casey Klein, Dylan Zampa, Isaac Kitzmiller, your top 10. But the mid-pack is still some very intense racing. In fact, that's for the 10th spot. Dylan Capello down to the inside. Check that just behind 10th spot. That's Capello to the inside of Jimmy Redford Jr. for 14th.
Running right around. Jim Wall has moved up to 13th. What a run for the 91, starting deep in the pack here tonight. He's just ahead of them. But that side-by-side battle continues. Jade Avedizian making her way forward after starting at the back tonight. And Matt Craig, he's been in the pits, and he's also rallying.
Been a lot of good opportunities for some drivers who came down for adjustments to see if they were going to pay off in this stretch run as we inch closer to that one and only break that we will have as we check back in on the battle for second with Harvick clearly getting into the corner deeper than McKee, who he chases. The question is, can he keep the pace with him off the corner? That time the answer was yes.
Oh, Harvick gets a run to the inside. The 7 with a wiggle. There was no contact there, but boy, Harvick was ready to pounce. You see, he makes the move as we go back on board with the 62. And now Gabe Brown in the 24 will go after the 7 of McKee.
And you see Harvick, how much ground he's got to make up to try to catch Honeycutt for that top spot. And he is working diligently in the cockpit of that race car to close that gap. That was about a second, 1 lap ago. We'll check the margin as Harvick comes to the line here. You got about a 1/10 of a second that lap did Harvick. He set sail on McKee, who's under fire from Gabe Brown down the back straightaway.
Yeah, that 62 is good on the long runs, no doubt. Short run speed as well as long run speed. It's just hooked up right now for the 62 of Keelan Harvick. Michael House turning the wrenches, former Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway champion Michael House, of course, with the Willie Allen, the Rackley War Racing team. Watch 3rd and 4th right there. Tristan McKee in the 24 of Gabe Brown.
See Brown getting a bit of better drive in the middle of 3 and 4, but McKee was able to pull him off of turn number 4. These two appear to be trying subtle but different approaches to each end of the racetrack to see what works best for them right now as Brown is able to sail it off into the 3rd corner, close that gap. He'll try to stay with McKee here down the straightaway, but thus far has not been able to draw closer to the back bumper of the 7. So we are coming up on about 10 laps away from our one and only scheduled caution that these teams will have.
And we are around the halfway mark. They'll show the cross flags next time they cross the line. Caden Honeycutt the advantage, just over 1 second, just under 1 second at .910 last time by the line. It was a 10th quicker for Keelan Harvick last time. Harvick getting it done this time. Couple tenths better. Keelan Harvick closing the gap quickly. The front of the field on Caden Honeycutt.
Brown had a bit of a big slip a couple of laps ago that cost him some ground on McKee, and now here's what we talked about earlier. Honeycutt in traffic with Harvick chasing, and if Harvick could get the lead here through some of these cars that are maybe beaten, battered, bruised, or ill handling, he would be in command for the upcoming restart that will come after that break. But the time is starting to run out here for Harvick to make that happen as Honeycutt is on the tail of Lopez and a few more cars that have sustained damage early in this race.
Honeycutt squeezes by the Lopez car to the inside. The Bear Bond is held on nicely to the side of the number 6. Good job by the crew. Their nose to tail for the lead. Working by to the low side of slower traffic deep in the pack. Harvick trying to keep the 54 right there to go after him for the lead as they work lap traffic.
Wasn't that long ago that Honeycutt was pretty far up the road. Now Keelan has just about caught the 54 car. But the opportunity to make this move before that yellow comes out is starting to wane. But again, these cars in front of the top 2, some of them really sliding up off the corner. They're going to have to be careful to get through some of this traffic.
Harvick loses a little ground off of 2 that time. Good run for Honeycutt to the inside of Ferguson, who moves out of the way to the outside lane.
Meanwhile, Brown has been able to get around McKee for 3rd. Here's Honeycutt trying to put a lap on the 67 of Colin Ullman, who has faded mightily in this run after running up towards the top 10 to kick off this race.
I think Honeycutt now showing some of his strength again. You know, he had that little bit of clear racetrack for just a moment and pulled away from Harvick. Harvick's lost a little ground. Honeycutt working now on LeBay again in the 42. Allman has gone down a lap. His car was pretty decent early in the race, running up around the top 10, but Colin Allman has faded here in the 67.
LeBay fresh off the pit lane, trying to see if he could stay on that lead lap for the next 5 laps before that caution is drawn. With now a lap car between Honeycutt and Harvick. Allman trying to see if he can stay the first car a lap down, as now Honeycutt gets to the inside of LeBay.
Slicing through the traffic nicely is Caden Honeycutt. Harvick having a little bit of trouble with Colin Allman, who does push up the track in 3 and 4 that time. And a battle for position. Connor Jones racing with Casey Roderick. Connor Jones takes the 9th spot away from Roderick.
Jones also has had an impressive climb up through the field. Now in the P9, as you said, Adam, he may be in prime position to keep that charge going after the one and only race break that we've got coming up.
Close to 50 to go in this Alan Turner Snowflake 125. Bigger distance this year. 25 extra laps added to the end.
Here's Honeycutt now pressuring one of the 29s in the field. That's Cole Roby, who he's going to get underneath here in turn number 1. The next car in line would be Jimmy Renfrew Jr. Fortunately for Jimmy, he might be far enough up the road as Roby tries to protect that spot there. Roby might be far enough up the road where he could stay on the lead lap. Or check that, Renfrew could stay on the lead lap. Roby trying to stay the first car 1 lap down.
Harvick does get a run to the bottom, running by himself, not for position there. Renfrew fighting for his lead lap life right now. Talented driver from the Northeast and pro late model competition. And there are the yellow lights coming on. The field will now slow. 50 laps remain for Caden Honeycutt. Going off of a Derby win a year ago as Dan Spence waves the yellow to set up a 50-lap shootout.
The one and only guaranteed time that we are going to see a caution flag in the Alan Turner Snowflake 125. Caden Honeycutt, who started on the front row, the leader. Keelan Harvick rolled off inside of row number 8 and has charged his way up to second. Gabe Brown, Tristan McKee, Spencer Davis, your top 5. But the team's getting just one chance here to see if they've got anything possible to re-rack for the final 50-lap stretch run to the end.
Really looked like Harvick was about to pounce on Caden Honeycutt, and then he got a little bit of clear racetrack when he got around a couple of lap cars, and Honeycutt pulled away from Keelan Harvick. Free pass this time will be to Cole Roby. That's why he's showing in second. Technically, he's at the tail end of the lead lap, but they have given him his lap back.
See some of the team members discussing what the agenda and plan may be when these cars come down for what is expected to be about a 5-minute break time for the pro late model competitors. Circumstances tomorrow will be a little bit different. Caution laps will count in the 300 lapper for the Snowball Derby. We'll see a mandatory caution after 100 green flag laps, with the exclusion being within the final 10 laps for tomorrow's contest. The Snowflake for the 125 laps. This is the agenda that has been set forth, and the teams are now going to put their theories and thoughts to the test.
That was Michael House, the crew chief for Keelan Harvick, along with Willie Allen, discussing what to do. And that's 62 of Keelan Harvick, who was running in second to Caden Honeycutt.
Well,
5 minutes will be the break.
Pace car will be exceptionally lonely on the Speedway. As we get an update on cars that are running up towards the front of the pack, we'll go down to Joe's Racing Products pit reporter Jim Trado.
As much as we anticipate the first tire change in recent memory during a Pro Late Model race here, planned with a lap 75 swap of right side tires to fresh Hoosier F45 stars. Caden Honeycutt has brought his JC Motorsports number 54 to pit road. This team in Pro Late Model Racing in 2025, they were spot on. They won a Show Me the Money late Model Series race at Montgomery. They also won here at Five Flags with a young driver named Seth Christensen, who finished second here at Five Flags Speedway in the overall points this year with a victory here. He has the right front tire. Grant Thompson has the right rear tire. This team is going to get Caden Honeycutt everything they can with a proven pro late model to get this young driver another victory here at Pensacola, Bob.
I just spoke to crew chief Michael House for Keelan Harvick, and he said car's just a little bit too tight for Keelan. He has a hard time actually cutting it in the center of the corner and getting that good drive off. So they're going to put these tires on, making an air pressure adjustment as well as a chassis adjustment for Keelan Harvick as well. But he's done such a phenomenal job to come through the field. Keelan Harvick does. There is the horn, and now the teams can go to work here on pit road. They were waiting patiently. Michael House actually with the jack here, jacking up the left side of that race car. But Harvick says really the car was coming to him other than that tight or that snug condition where the car didn't want to turn in the center of the corner. So they are very happy here with that 62 machine. One small adjustment. We'll see if he can go after the victory, Jim.
Tire pressures for Tristan McKee, who raced up to 30, qualified way back in 6th because he has been a qualifier to watch. ARCA Menard Series pole. Two poles and 2 starts in the Pro Late Models at Cordele. And here he is racing his way to the top 3 in this number 7 Chevrolet. Buggy Pletcher in this team, adding fuel. The right side tires going in. Checking tire pressures. Not a big swing. Nothing on the chassis to adjust. A lot of notes being taken here on what the tire pressures are. The left front just got some tire pressure adjustments here as the team goes about it in this 5-minute luxurious break. This is Tristan McKee's Chevrolet. Tomorrow he'll be starting his campaign of a lot of late model races with Richie Waters in Supers, but he certainly wants to end this pro late model run in 2025 with a win. His first win would be here in the pro late models here at Five Flags. So he's got a fast piece. We know he can qualify well. We know he can road race well. But this 15-year-old has got a car that has had very few adjustments being put on it here in this lap 75 break.
Thanks, gentlemen. Great job down there covering all the action as these teams are hard at work for their opportunity to set up these cars for one final stretch run to the finish to see how they're going to wrap up the marathon that is the 2025 running of the Alan Turner Snowflake 125 at Five Flags Speedway. And Adam, by watching how the first portion of this race has unfolded, we've eclipsed the halfway points. The race is in fact official, but looking at how that race unfolded in comparison to years prior, these cars and these drivers do seem to be a bit more edgy in terms of handling characteristics with this tire compound and setup. So these adjustments, these transitions and decisions could go a long way in what the final rundown looks like.
You know, I was kind of thinking about what they said about the 62 of Harvick. It's a little on the tight side, you know, a couple new fresh tires on the right. He looked good early in the race, but as it got close to lap 70, you see all of the oil that's all over the right side of Hayden Plybon's car. He's had a major leak coming from in there somewhere. Bob?
Yeah, it's a big leak, guys. I mean, the entire engine compartment is doused here. The team is looking down there, but honestly, you see so much fluid, it's hard to tell exactly where it's coming from. So right now, they're closing the hood on this machine. Take a look at the side of this race car as well. That fluid, that oil all the way down the side of this race car. So unfortunate for Hayden Plybon. He's done for the day here, climbing out of that race car and taking off his helmet right now. But bad break for Hayden Plybon, who's been so good for the past couple of years, certainly in practice here for both the Snowball Derby as well as the Snowflake 100. See all the oil all over their place there. Hayden, I want to know, did you have any signal that that was coming?
Yeah, it started pretty early on. I thought it was just our power steering going out, and because I had no power steering, and then the car just got super free, so it must have been blowing oil all over the tires. And just tried hanging on to the 75 lap break, and we found a broken oil line for not the power steering, the motor, so we're done.
Bad break for Hayden Plybon down here, the West Coast racer, Jim.
Fletcher Davis from Dawsonville, Georgia, has brought us number 96 Surf USA Mobile machine to pit road. This is a Ben Kennedy now Nexus Racing entry, and Spencer's raced his way up from 14th into the top 5. very methodically. I saw a lot of bold moves down the front stretch to the inside, kind of a last-minute run, but the experience he's had this year is paying off in the Pro Late Model. 2 wins this year here in 4 races in the Pro Late Models for him, finished 5th overall in the point standings. So as he's double-dipping here with this team's proven again in Pro Late Models at Five Flags Speedway in 2025.
Thanks, gentlemen, and thanks again to Joe's Racing Products for allowing us to have you two gentlemen down there to cover all the action, as we will continue that trend right on into tomorrow with the 58th Annual Snowball Derby. The silver lining for Hayden Plybon and his problems, got a top 10 starting spot for the Derby tomorrow. He's going to roll off in 9th. For more on the driver who's been up in the top 5 all night long, it was the quickest in practice. We go back to Bob.
Yeah, Gabe Brown doing very well inside that number 24 car, and he's complaining the car is just a little bit loose, so the team took some time, made a chassis adjustment on that race car to snug him up a little bit. And it's interesting how some guys a little bit snug, other guys a little bit free around this racetrack. So definitely distinctively different problems for some of these teams down here, but we'll see if those adjustments allow the 24 to go after that lead.
Steady progress for Gabe Brown pretty much all night long, and Adam, you've been very complimentary of how this car appears to be driving and racing, and what a job the driver's been doing.
Yeah, he's been doing great. You know, he was running 3rd, so now the question is, how do you tighten him up a little bit without giving up how good that car rotates the center of the corner? And, you know, maybe he's a little free on exit, maybe a little free going in, but that thing was eating up the competition in the middle of the turns for a big part of that race, and was able to move from back a few rows, started 9th up into 3rd. So he's had a really good piece. Harvick was on the tight side, so they were trying to free it up.
So we're getting a report that the number 54 of Matt Craig, who was scored in 14th in the running order at the time of the caution, may have, while exiting the pit lane, backed up into the stationary number 55 of Hayden Plybon.
Doesn't look to be any damage that we can see.
Craig is going to assume his spot as they start to rack the field back up, as he is going to line up just behind Jade Avedissian, who has had a great run up through the field. Jade started all the way back on row 16 of this field and is 3 spots shy of cracking the top 10 for the first time tonight with 50 laps to go.
It's going to be a shootout. If you think the racing was pretty good over the first 75 at times, now we've got 50 laps to get to the finish, and they can go by in a hurry. Lap times in the 17-second bracket for the Pro Late Models. Super Late Model field is set for the 300 laps that we'll see, and the 58th running of the Snowball Derby presented by FloRacing tomorrow. When I say tomorrow, I mean just in a few hours, because we're after the midnight hour here in Pensacola, Florida.
For more on the 54, Matt Craig, we go back to our Joe's Racing Products pit reporter, Bob.
Yeah, Eric, no harm, no foul on what happened on pit road when Matt Craig backed up kind of into Hayden Plybon's car. But what this team has been dealing with is an extremely loose race car. I spoke to Matt's dad, Jeff Craig, and he said, listen, initially when they came down pit road early in the race, the stagger was way out of whack, grew way too much. So they tried to close it up, and they just closed up the stagger a little bit more on him to try to snug up that race car in the latter half of this race.
Craig trying to better the runner-up effort he had in 2024, and he's worked his way up into 13th spot. At least that's where he runs now before we get this race restarted, with Caden Honeycutt still the race leader. Now, how does Honeycutt feel about his car? We'll go down to Joe's Racing Products pit reporter. Here's Jeff.
Yeah, Eric, I had a chance to circle back to Caden Honeycutt's pit, and I asked Seth Christensen, so what do you guys do? Because that kid knows a lot about these race cars. He changed the right front. When he did that, he actually changed some shims on the right front because Caden wanted his car a bit looser. So he was on the tighter side of things, as good as the car was rolling. So a small adjustment with some right front shims during that caution, as well as those right side tires.
How about that, Adam? The driver who took the lead early, been in command for the race all the way up to this point. Still wants a little bit more out of this race car.
There was a stage during that first 75 where I think the 62 of Harvick was just as good, if not better, than the 54. But then the 62, I think, faded right at the end before the break. So Caden Honeycutt's thinking, you know, the 62 with Willie Allen and Michael House there making the calls, probably going to adjust it, potentially make the 62 better. So maybe he thinks he's got to make his better. It's tough to do when you're leading. You've got a great car and you've took command early. You've got a great race car, does Caden Honeycutt, but he thinks it needs to be just a little bit better, maybe to hold off the 62.
So when we get back underway, there'll be 50 laps to go. The only type of caution we will see from this point forward will have to be of some sort of organic cause. Caden Honeycutt has been the leader since taking over that top spot from the pole sitter Luke Baldwin in the opening 10 or so laps of this race. Keelan Harvick has driven his way up through the field to be in the second position at the time of the race break. And as far as our pole sitter Luke Baldwin, we'll jump back down to Bob.
Yeah, his problem, you guys documented, just kind of slid back a little bit inside the top 5, just outside the top 5. Luke Baldwin has been fighting a really loose condition. That car wants to spin out in the center of the corner. So what Troy Smith, his crew chief on that machine, did is they snugged it up. They closed up that stagger a little bit, made another chassis adjustment, and also made an air pressure adjustment. We'll see if it's to Luke's liking.
He'll have 50 laps to see if he can get the job done for the two-time defending Smart Modified champion. Did so again at North Wilkesboro Speedway to close out the season this year as he did 1 year ago. Also collected a couple of wins with this team in a Pro Late Model for the Cars Tour. Looking to capture the biggest Pro Late Model contest that he's been a part of so far this season. And he'll be restarting this race on the outside of the third row.
Here they come to 3. Working to 4. The leader is Caden Honeycutt. He has 50 laps remaining to the Cookout restart zone. The Alan Turner Snowflake 125 back underway in the final 50 paces. Harvick a run through 1 and 2, but it's Honeycutt the lead down the backstretch.
Slight slip for Harvick coming off turn 2. He could not close the door on that 24 car. There's contact there between Brown and Harvick. They save it. McKee trying to squeeze up to the outside of the 24 on the front stretch, and Harvick protects second.
McKee now the run to the outside of Brown for the number 3 position heading to turn 3. We noticed the outside lane has done better down in 1 and 2, but through 3 and 4 that time, McKee has a great run and in fact takes the 3rd spot momentarily from Brown. He might get him. Contact behind him as well. Smoke was flying in the air and a big pile up. Francis, LeBay, Finch, Potter, Lopez all collected in 1 and 2.
Massive pile up here in turns 1 and 2. Jake Finch's car is destroyed. Lopez able to drive away from the scene. Potter's car is yet to roll. Finch's car is yet to roll. And Albert Francis in a 33 also sitting stationary. We saw some initial contact between Spencer Davis and Luke Baldwin in the battle for 5th, but this crash evidently taking place a good bit further back. And there's Finch climbing out of the car. Francis with the window net down as well. And Finch appears to be taking a moment here to gather his thoughts.
Aiden Potter pulling away in the 68, collected in the crash as well. Potter, Tennessee driver, rookie of the year at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Car at least rolls at this point. Fetcho Motorsports entry. 33 of Francis going to need the hook. So hood goes up on that car, window net down. Yet to climb out. Finch. Rough crash in the Ronnie Sanders Racing number 18. Here's a look at the replay.
So 3 wide there in the middle of the pack. That's Francis who's going to get turned right up into Finch, who slammed the wall. LeBay got turned in the accordion stack up, but the first car to go around was Albert Francis, who was 20th at the time, getting tagged by Craig Slaunwhite in what was a 3 wide fight in a battle for the 20th spot.
Yeah, caught in the middle, and I think Francis tried to
go toward the bottom, and when he did, had a car to the outside, car to the inside, and there was the contact from Slonwhite, nowhere to go. Just what happens after a restart where you have the whole field bunched up, everybody with fresh tires on the right side looking to make their way forward. We're going to work on the 68 of Potter.
Potter, who made his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut at North Wilkesboro at the end of October, rebounded from an opening lap crash to celebrate a top 10 effort there, finishing 7th. And for more on this Fetcho Motorsports operation, we go to Joe's Racing Products pit reporter, Jim Trado.
Yeah, for the 17-year-old regular at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway in the Pro Lates, a lot of left front damage. The nose pieces come in 2 sections. It's split right down the middle of the Chevy bow tie. That left front portion was stuck under the left front fender above the wheel. It's gone now. They're seeing if the tire pressure's there. We've got a groove in there from the fender before he got to pit road from the damage on the groove of the tire. But now they're looking at the left front, the brake hoses, what could be hanging, and most importantly, the airbox leading the intake air into the radiator area. That's got some damage and exposure, so looks like it might be a lengthy repair here. They've got the bare bond ready, but they got to get some stuff figured out before they tape it up and get back out on the racetrack.
Thanks, Jim. So a lot of work to be done for this team as we work caution number 6 of the 2025 edition of the Alan Turner Snowflake 125 for a multi-car accident down in turn number 1 after we saw the first car to go around and Albert Francis collecting several others behind him in a battle inside the top 20 gone wrong. And the first time we're going to see the flatbed come out to retrieve Jake Finch's badly destroyed car.
Yeah, that was a big hit for Finch. I think that's why it took him a little bit to climb out and catch his breath and walk away. Nowhere to go for Finch and the big pile up as it was right behind him going into the turn 1 area.
Again, the good news is Jake did get out of the car under his own power, but it did take him a moment, as you mentioned, Adam. What was a very, very hard shot, capping off what has been a pretty busy year for Jake and company. He's going to participate in the Snowball Derby tomorrow as well, ironically carrying similar colors to what he wore for his NASCAR Xfinity Series debut mid-season. With support from HendrickCars.com, he's going to be rolling off 4th in the Derby tomorrow.
LeBay's number 42 car making his Snowflake debut after qualifying in earlier. Looks like they have plans to get back out on the car, just buttoning up the left front. LeBay was on the outside of this deal going into turn 1. The damage for Francis again. Most of them coming away fairly unscathed despite how bad that crash was. Francis' car doesn't even look that bad. The left front seems to be the major issue, but taking all of the brunt was the Finch 18.
Francis, the former Pro Late Model champion at Jennerstown Speedway, 2025 Winchester 100 winner, whose night is going to end early. And there goes the badly crumpled on both ends number 18 of Jake Finch, as the cleanup crew will continue to assess the circumstances down in the middle of turns 1 and 2, where that car came to its final resting place.
So we get 2 laps in after the lap 75 restart. Didn't really get to see what the changes did to affect any of the top 3 or 4 cars. They went in the right direction or perhaps adjusted themselves out of contention. Front of the car absolutely ripped apart. The back doesn't look much better. 1 o'clock later today, we're going to be going green flag on the Snowball Derby.
Got a text from good buddy Blake McCandless. We both had a chance to work with Blake. He said, you guys might be able to sign off with a beautiful sunrise shot as your outro. He may not be wrong. Let's go down to Bob.
We've done that a time or two with the Snowflake race, but Albert Francis out of the race. What happened in that incident?
I'm not really too sure. I watched a little bit of the replay. It just kind of looks like not enough give and take, I guess. We were 3 wide under the 50 there, but I don't know. he was how far in there he was or whatnot, but or how much room I even gave him. But we ended up getting turned, and that's part of it sometimes.
Glad you're okay.
Thank you.
Albert Francis had a very good season in the Pro Late Model. The Winchester 100 win, top fives just about everywhere else he ran the Pro Late Model this year. And season didn't end the way he wanted it to tonight in the middle of that 3-wide battle and just ran out of room.
As we get set for the restart, it's going to be Caden Honeycutt in the 54, the control car. Keelan Harvick in the 62 topside. Through the cookout restart zone they come. And McKee is all over the rear spoiler of the 54 as Harvick tries to hang tough on the outside in the battle for the lead off turn 2.
What a run for Harvick in the second lane. Honeycutt didn't get a great restart down in turn 4. Not sure if he spun his tires or not, but new leader with 47 to go is Keelan Harvick from the outside lane.
Harvick may be one of the first cars to make that top line roll in turn number 4. He's got the lead in the Snowflake. It's Honeycutt back to second. Brown tried to shut the door on McKee as they approach the third turn. And Luke Baldwin back up into the top 5.
McKee lost a little bit of momentum there. Brown can't quite close the door, still leaves the bottom open, gets sideways in 2. McKee fighting back again to the inside. Third place up for grabs. McKee wants to take it away.
Brown has been desperately trying to cover the spot to allow McKee the chance to not get alongside. It's not going to happen here. He's up to the driver's door already as we got a big pile up in turn 4. Several cars involved, including Jade Avedissian and plenty more.
Big one down there, collecting just about the second half of the field. Nowhere to go as the track was blocked. Roby atop the track, Avedissian there, Klein there, Roderick in the middle of it.
And I believe Avedissian may have been the highest runner that was collected in this crash. She was scored at 9th at the time of the accident. Basically, just about everybody behind her got swept up in whatever took place to kick off this multi-car crash in turn number 4 that will give us caution number 7.
Capello there as well in the 11 car. 35 of Yarborough stopped along the bottom lane. I think that could be Jim Wall as well in the middle of it.
Wall's had a pretty tremendous climb up through the field. At the time of the accident, he was running in 14th spot after racing his way in the second last chance race. So far, most of the cars that were involved have been able to drive away. We're down to the final 4. Casey Roderick for the second year in a row involved in a multi-car accident at the Snowflake. Jim is with him.
Yeah, that last year crash was vicious, a grinding crash. That year, tonight, 3 minutes ago, you were racing for a top 10. What happened, Casey?
Just inexperience. The 24 car is pinching the 29 down in front of me, and they hit and turn sideways, and I check up for them. Then people drive off the nose of their car and don't look in front of them and run you in the back and put you in this inside wall there. But hate it for Ty King Motorsports. The guys work hard on it, and felt like we made the car better. Just 29 didn't get going there on the restart and fell back there probably 4 or 5 spots, and I couldn't go anywhere. I was just trying to be patient and let it play out. But we made the car better on the pit stop there, and I was looking forward to trying to move forward. But lack of inexperience took us out of the race again.
Thoughts of Casey Roderick, who raced here a bunch, and last year, unfortunately, an accident took him out in a grinding crash about 100 yards apart, year to year here at Five Flag Speedway.
Indeed, Jim, very ironic where those cars came to rest. Let's take a look at how this unfolded in turn number 4. We're going to watch the 24 of Jade Avedissian and the 29 of Dylan Zampa. Far left side of your screen is where the incident may begin to unfold. And we'll see Jade be the first car to go around. And in that accordion stack up, how about Jared Butcher and Matt Craig threading the needle in 2 separate ways to get through there. Hard hit for Aiden Potter, who was the last car in.
Yeah, he probably got on the binders and the car whipped around on him. But remember, he had some damage from the previous crash. Something could have broken as well on Potter's car going into the corner.
So a good bit of heads-up driving for a couple of cars that were able to avoid being involved in that one, as Avedissian has gotten the car back to her Wilson Motorsports crew. With the red flag being displayed now for the first time in this race. Again, associated with the 7th caution of this race. With 46 laps still to go, Jade's night appears to be over.
Yeah, Casey Roderick explaining it. He was right behind the battle between Jade Avedissian and Dylan Zampa, saying Avedissian was kind of on the outside lane trying to keep the momentum down of the 29 on the inside lane, and they made contact. Collecting everyone in turn 4.
Well, it was a really good drive up through the field for Jade Avedissian from the last chance race all the way back on row 16 to the top 10. But her Snowflake is going to come up about 46 laps short here tonight in her first start in this race. An eventful one with a lot taking place. Avedissian finds herself in the pit lane now. And her night appears to have ended here in the Snowflake 100. And hopefully we'll have a chance to hear from her here in just a moment. As a matter of fact, Joe's Racing Products pit reporter Bob Dillner appears to be standing by with Jade.
Absolutely down here. Jade, you had a good run going, broke into the top 10. What happened up there in turns 3 and 4?
Yeah, obviously I haven't seen a replay, but in my seat I just got totally, turned. So it is what it is. Just want to thank everyone at Wilson and Tyler Bond, everyone on this 24 car did a great job all week, and Mobile One and Toyota. I appreciate all they do for me. So yeah, not sure what I could do, but that was that.
Bad break for Jade here, but she really had a great run going, and I think we're going to see a lot of her next year, maybe even those Super Elite models.
Thanks, Bob. Great effort by Jade to come from that last chance race with this team and be up there in contention for a top 10 in her first Snowflake 4A. Dylan Capello, a lap leader and pole sitter in 2024. Crew chief on the front row racing side of things with Lane Briggs. Won a couple of races there with that organization. Getting to climb behind the wheel of his own race car again. Had a great starting position, but just about nowhere to go when the wreck took place in front of him. And they're still trying to survey some of the damage.
Yeah, a lot of work going on in pit road to cars involved in the last couple of crashes. The big pile up in turn 1, the pile up bottom of 4. Cars don't seem to be as badly damaged in this most recent one. So we're kind of just along the bottom lane and ended up piling into that 4th corner. We have 79 down in this race with 46 laps to go. A busy Saturday turning into a busy Sunday morning and afternoon. So we're going to do it again here in several hours when the super late models get going.
We kept talking about a window throughout the day, and we were referring to a window of opportunity of no rain so we could drive the racetrack. Adam, I think our window is closing, and the window I'm talking about is sleep before the Derby tomorrow. That's the case for all of us here with how late we're going into the night here. But one more car to be retrieved, and then perhaps maybe we could focus forward to what's still to come here on the weekend with still 46 laps to go. So Casey Roderick, the last car that is going to be towed off, and as Jim alluded to, it was not that much further away. In fact, opposite retaining wall, where Casey's 2024 Snowflake came to an abrupt and dramatic end. 2025, different colored car, different side of turn 4, same result.
One thing of note, looking at radar, there is a little rain to our south, quite a bit in fact, and probably within the next half hour or so it will be hitting this area.
The fire, air, earth, and water did contest. Which was the strongest, noblest, and the best?
The Atlantic Ocean washes in on repeat. Rock tumbled into finely polished sand, each particle shaped by a moment, affected by an experience. Each season, we flock to a small ocean land, Pensacola, Florida, to be shaped by a moment, an experience. We come to race, but not just any race, the Snowball Derby.
At first, it was a regional race, but then it became much, much more.
The best of the best came to these shores. Some left as legends, others left as losers.
Some were swept away for good. Others keep coming back for more.
So what do they seek? A land to claim as their own?
A score to settle? To prove to the world, to prove to themselves that they are the best.
That I am the best. That I am the best. That I am the best. That I am the best.
Thousands of drivers in America dream of winning that big race. To some, it's in a street stock, some in a modified. Many leave with crinkled sheet metal and the stain of shame. One leaves with a trophy. This experience is different. This trophy is different.
I want that trophy. I want that trophy.
I have that trophy.
I will get that trophy.
This is all I ever want to accomplish racing. This means more to me than anything.
It took me 17 years to get this trophy.
Darrell Waltrip, Johnny Allison, Gary Ballou, Rich Bickle, Chase Elliott, Eric Jones, just to name a few. The Derby win list is legit, and I'm back to go for my third Snowball Derby victory.
Super late model racing's best. Teams flirting with the gray areas of the rule book. Drivers chasing ghosts. Pushing themselves to be faster, faster. All for the hope of that one experience. Undeniable glory.
What does it mean to win the Snowball Derby?
The seas are rough, my friends, and Pensacola, it'll shape you whatever way it chooses.
Which will be the strongest, noblest, and the best? Which will win the Snowball Derby?
Do not adjust your TV sets. While we have yet to drop the green flag just yet on the 58th annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports, this has certainly been one of the most challenging for competitors, officials, and all involved in putting on this show. And as you can see, a dense fog has rolled into the area, but the good news is track drying efforts on this half-mile oval are making tremendous progress as the cars get gridded up on the front straightaway with pre-race ceremonies coming up on the horizon. All 4 days of official on-track activity here at Pensacola, Florida have been impacted by inclement weather. Along with Adam Mackey, I'm Eric Brennan. Pleasure to be with you. Pleasure to be here at this moment, albeit a bit delayed from the originally intended start time, which has been the unfortunate trend for this year's running of the Derby. But Adam, the good news is the progress has been made. The lessons learned over the last few days of having to go through this process over and over and over, and it has not deterred anybody from this event. This place is packed.
This place was packed last night. Excuse me, 2 a.m. in the morning. This morning, we're racing the Snowflake 125. Packed grandstands at like 50-degree weather, cold conditions, rain on the horizon. We got the race in last night. It was an exciting Snowflake 125. We expect excitement this afternoon. The track conditions are drying. It's much better. You see only the darkest spot of the track up by the wall, way out of the racing groove. Everything else is dry. Field is gridded. Opening ceremonies just around the corner. The excitement of the 58th running of the Snowball Derby is here.
And just as we got that snowflake in last night, that same amount of effort and determination is being applied here today. It did take quite a while to get this surface in a relatively dry state, but we're very happy to present to you not only our coverage of the 58th annual Snowball Derby, but also an extended pre-race program. And to help us roll into that portion of our show, we're going to welcome someone who knows a whole lot about this place, loves it more than anything in the world, our very own Joe's Racing Products pit reporter. Here's Bob Dillner.
This is what we've all been waiting for. You talk about the packed house. Look at this crowd around me, and we're still at least about an hour before we go green at Five Flags Speedway with the 58th running of the Snowball Derby. This is a blast. These are my people. I've been coming here for 22 years, and there's nothing like the coveted Snowball Derby. But these people, the kids, the families, this is what the Snowball Derby is all about. We love these people. They're going to have a blast here in these old grandstands on the front stretch, and they will watch when somebody goes to victory lane today and actually hoist that coveted Tom Dawson trophy. But look at this. We're still that hour before, and we have a great crowd already in the grandstands. Absolutely. We're going to take on a little tour, go behind the scenes on FloRacing, and check out what's going on right now here. Check this out. We've been waiting for this for a long, long time. 4 straight days of weather-affected action at Five Flags Speedway, and finally, we have a star-studded lineup of 36 cars on the racetrack for today's Snowball Derby. These are mean-looking machines. They are low, they are light, and they are powerful. Some of the best late-model drivers in the country here today at Five Flags Speedway to compete in that Snowball Derby. You check out Tristan McKee. Last night, Tristan McKee runner-up in the Snowflake 125. Today, he's behind the potent number 5 machine owned by Richie Waters. Can he capture the Snowball Derby trophy, that Tom Dawson trophy, in his first attempt at the Snowball Derby? We're going to take a walk through the field here and check things out. A lot of focus on the car right in front of Tristan McKee. That's Caden Honeycutt, last year's winner of the Snowball Derby. We're going to have opening ceremonies in a little while as well, but we got drivers from all over the country competing here today for 300 laps. And what's interesting is there still is a little mist in the air. That's not because of precipitation. There is a fog that has rolled in off of the Gulf, and you can feel that moisture in the air. They've been drying the track for about 2.5 hours already to make sure it is primed and ready for battle here today. But what will happen if that moisture gets on the racetrack just a little bit before they get the heat from these tires and the machines into the racetrack? Could be an interesting start to the race here. We're going to see driver intros in a little while. We'll walk over here and check out some of the people that are scurrying around and having a good time here at Five Flags Speedway. Like I said, it's been a difficult week, and one of the guys that I see right here is Derek Thorne. Derek Thorne, he's led more laps in the Snowball Derby than anybody else. He's a former winner, 4-time pole sitter, and now, how about this? We've waited long enough. Yeah. Now we're finally going to race.
We are. You know, it's a testament to Tim Bryant and the whole staff here at Five Flags to, obviously it's hard for the competitors to sit around, but they haven't gave up, and we finally have a good shot at getting both. We got the Snowflake in, obviously, this morning, but to at least have the weather break up enough for us to get the race started was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, we've done 2 races in one day in the past, but nice to get the Snowflake in last night. What do you think the start of this race is going to be like? They dried the racetrack, continue to dry it all the way around, but you got kind of this mist, the fog in the air. Will that have an effect at all?
I think you give us enough warm-up laps. I think the cars being warm will kind of keep the dew away. I think to fire off, it may take us a few laps here to get the things cleaned up, but I think the track's going to be fast, which is going to be hard to read for tire wear. And obviously, this being a new tire, we don't exactly know what it's going to do, but the green racetrack, I'm sure, is going to chew it up a lot faster than a rubbered up one. So there's a lot of really good race cars here, a lot of really good teams. These are the best guys in the country, and every team's got a different strategy, I'm sure, but I think we'll all get rolling and just kind of take it as it is and, I guess, wing it to start the race.
Wing it. Gonna wing the biggest race of the year. Derek Thorne knows how to do that very well. We continue to mosey around, and some of our drivers actually collecting right now on the stage, getting ready for the class photo, if you will. And want to go over here and talk to Carson Brown just a little bit because he's got a very fast 81 race car. Before you go up on stage, what do you think? Are you ready for the Snowball Derby?
I sure hope so. The guys have been working their butts off to get this car, this 81 Safe 22 .vet car ready, and yeah, hopefully. I think so.
Definitely a little bit tighter than what we wanted to be in qualifying, but I'm not too worried about it. I watched Steven come through the field last year and just fall one spot short. So yeah, hopefully me and him can kind of work our way to the front and just make some good pit stops too. I feel like that's a big part of it, and yeah, we'll see what we can do.
The green flag is on the horizon. Is it a sigh of relief, or is it like butterflies are starting to build?
Definitely a sigh of relief. I mean, the weather still isn't looking great, just very misty, just kind of, the air is just very moist right now. So hopefully it continues to dry up a little bit more, but definitely a sigh of relief.
Could that have an effect on the initial part of this race, this kind of moisture that's in the air?
Probably for the guys in the back, I'd assume. I feel like it would hurt them kind of the most, but the guys in the front are going to be the first ones going through it. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure, but it'll dry up pretty quick with all these cars.
We'll let Carson Brown get on stage here, and this is a tradition like no other. They gather all the drivers, all 36, in the starting lineup for the 58th running of the Snowball Derby, but they do this traditionally each and every year as well, and you can see some of them still collecting themselves. You got some newcomers, and take a look at the bottom row here, a contrast and experience. Bubba Pollard in that race.
So again, all drivers, if you're not on the stage now, it's time for the class photo. All drivers on the stage now.
Talk to you afterwards. Good to see you again.
And you see the drivers starting to assemble down for the class photo, as Bob was talking about. We'll check back in with Bob in a few moments. And how about some of that insight, especially from veteran driver Derek Thorne, and talking about the current conditions right now with that fog lingering, that drone shot really giving you an idea as just how dense some of that moisture up above the racetrack is. Even though it's not necessarily coming down, really doesn't even feel like a mist outside right now. It is just a very dense fog. And Derek seems like, and with that veteran experience, there was a lot of confidence and conviction in his thought that it's going to look a little bit odd, but once we get going and we kind of run it in, equivalent to when we normally qualify these cars for the Derby, keep some heat in this racetrack, that duo will keep itself away, but these cars are going to be ripping around here.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to tell, honestly, if the asphalt starts to darken and has that wet look to it, then we're in trouble. If it stays in a gray type look, I think we're going to be all right. So we'll see what happens as we are approaching that time of race time, as the group photo being taken on the front straightaway here at Five Flags Speedway. A photo that has had so many stars in it over the years, young drivers that have gone on to be Cup stars, and of course the veterans that make the photo appearance each and every year here at the Snowball Derby.
And what a mix of drivers and cars and teams that we have assembled here. As Bob mentioned, some of the best drivers in the country. In fact, many drivers from even north of the border assembling here to race in this event, in this venue. You see NASCAR Cup Series driver Ryan Preece in the field, along with Kyle Busch. Two full-time Cup competitors were unable to qualify for the race. Eric Jones and Noah Gragson. They tried to get their way into the show through qualifying in the last chance race yesterday, and that just gives you an idea as to how stout. No, they're both former Derby winners as well that are going to be watching this one from the sidelines. It just gives you an idea as to how stout this field is. And I think with that fog kind of lingering right now, it gives you an idea as to how difficult the task at hand is going to be to put together 300 laps at a race that is already difficult enough, plus with the added elements of limited track time and the ever-changing track conditions. This may be the toughest Derby to win ever.
Yeah, 4 former winners in this race, 9 drivers making their first Snowball Derby start here today as well. 12 states represented in those drivers that you see, a couple Canadian provinces as well. So many fans across the country, all eyes on the Snowball Derby. And if this is the first time you've kind of joined in on our coverage here on FloRacing, or if it's the first time that you've attended the Snowball Derby, this isn't the way the weeks normally go. We normally get maybe one day of iffy weather. It's usually beautiful here in Pensacola, Florida. This year, man, it lined up with us and just kept hitting us day after day. We were fortunate to get 2 practices in on Thursday morning and then make it Friday morning. And then we on Saturday night, last night, getting in qualifying for both races, getting in the last chance races, and getting in the Alan Turner Snowflake 125. And I think just the fact that we've been able to accomplish that, thanks to the track crews, the officials, and everyone involved, a huge plus, because now
We've got the big race today. All the local divisions scheduled to come here and run tomorrow as part of a Monday portion of the program. Busy day Monday. If you're in the area, come out and watch.
And I wanted to pose the question to our chief statistician, Elgin Trailer, but he may have to do a little bit more research. But I believe this may be the first time that all 4 days of this type of scheduled block for the Snowball Derby have been impacted by inclement weather. Thursday was an entire washout. Friday, we only got 1 round of practice in for each group. Of course, yesterday we didn't get started so very late, crammed a bunch in where we rolled out of here at 3:30 in the morning, Central Time that would be. In fact, this was the first time since 1983 that qualifying did not take place on its originally intended day. Just gives you an idea as to how long the Derby has been able to reap the reward of some of the positive sides of Florida weather, but 2025 has been a totally different story. And Adam, that was after that we talked to many of the locals about how great the weather has been down here the last 2 months.
We saw the forecast when we came into town Tuesday, Wednesday, even into Thursday. They said the last 2 months, absolutely beautiful, hardly any rain in sight. And then Derby week, every day, highs like 55 degrees with 90% chance of rainfall. Squeezed in a couple practice sessions, and we got quite a bit in last night. It took us until this morning at about 3:30 a.m. to get it all finished for the Saturday portion. Plenty of racing tomorrow with pure stocks and outlaws and trucks and modifieds. But today it's all about 300 laps of action at Five Flags Speedway for the Snowball Derby, presented by FloRacing, with a talented field of race cars.
And pointing back to some of the things that Derek Thorne was alluding to in his discussion with Bob, he mentioned the Hoosier F45 tires. It's a different tire compound for this race. Traditionally, these drivers would run on a variation of the Hoosier ST2 platform. And we got to see last night in the Snowflake, and again, under albeit very unique track conditions, that there was a pretty good differentiation in how the race unfolded. And the speculation for the garage area is that the Derby is going to follow a similar path. And the race format is also going to play a bit of a role in that as well. Again, the race distance will be 300 laps, including cautions, and there is a potential for a couple of mandatory cautions. That will only be after 100 green flag laps of racing, with the exclusion of the final 10 laps. So with that in mind, we could have at least 2 mandatory yellows. 100 laps on this type of track with that type of tire is a format that has not been tested by anybody, because nobody ran more than about 40 laps on the one and only practice session they got here on Thursday. So for this weekend, there are a lot of teams that are not quite sure what their car is going to do with this type of combination, and especially under these circumstances with track conditions.
Yeah, good stuff. We're about to see this fog and mist kind of worrying us a little bit, obviously, because we expected dry conditions. There's no chance of rain in the forecast. The radar looks good, and just this fog has rolled in. It's just been saturated ground, saturated area. You could feel it in the air. Even though the rain has moved out, the fog has kind of settled in, and we're approaching nightfall where the lights have been turned on. The group photo for the 58th running of the Snowball Derby, presented by FloRacing, being taken. Took a while to get everyone situated, to get them in the right place for the group photo.
36 drivers strong, assembling here for what could be a moment in history. One of these competitors on your screen right now, some trying to vie for an additional shot at the Tom Dawson Trophy, many looking to try to etch their name into short track racing immortality, perhaps claiming their first. And if you were with us for some of the rain delay portion of our coverage, you got to go back and watch how Caden Honeycutt got the job done in 2024. And it is unbelievable what that win and that moment has helped propel him into the future of his career. Granted, at the time of that race and that win, he already had a deal to run full-time in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series with Nice Motorsports in 2025. But since then, and with some changes, he's going to be stepping into the race team and championship-winning team and truck that Corey Heim won a record-setting 12 races and the title with. Honeycutt, who was very emotional at the end of that race, was visibly proud of the accomplishment that he was able to check off. It's unbelievable to see how this race could impact your career. When you look at the drivers who have won this race before, there is a direct parallel to their win here and where their career ends up going. And I think that trend will remain with whoever the 58th Annual Snowball Derby winner ends up being. Speaking of a driver who has done both in terms of win this race and go on to succeed on a national scale, Jim Trado is standing by with a former Derby champion.
Ty Majeski's won 2 of the last 5 of these Snowball Derbies, and the importance of starting up front is the focus today. For the 5th time he starts on the front row, how important is that, knowing you can help control the early portions and put pressures on others to try to find speed to catch you?
Yeah, track position in any race in today's day and age is important. So glad we have that in our bright yellow Menards Ford Fusion with iRacing on the hood. The car's been good all week. I wish we would have had a little bit more on track time, but I know that Menards yellow show up bright on today's gloomy day. So hopefully we can get the race going and not too long and put on a good show for everybody.
This car was built for the Derby in 2018. He raced it here every year since, right? And it hasn't seen a lot of track time. But, man, what's so special about this car and your guys with this car tucked away for special occasions like this one?
I don't know what it is about this one, but, yeah, we like to bring it to the Derby every year. It's got a few big wins on its resume. Brad and Nancy Manson still own this car, who used to own my late model team for many years. So, yeah, we have another good shot at a Derby again today, and I couldn't be more excited.
The thoughts of Ty Majeski will start second today. His wins came from the pole and for 3rd position.
Thanks, Jim. And as the fans have assembled here throughout many of the grandstands, the midway still packed. It's time to roll into some of the special portions of the lead up to the Snowball Derby. We are going to pass it on over now to our trackside announcers, Robbie Harvey and Bill Roth.
Model drivers in the country. Our greeting line will consist of Snowball. It will consist of 2025 Miss Snowball Derby from Wicksburg, Alabama, Terry Hobbs. Our Grand Marshal from Milton, Florida, Boo Weekly. And from Flow Sports, the president of Global Partnerships, Chris McKee. Flow, the partner of the Snowball Derby again this year. And before we get things underway, we will have Bob Dillner, who really is responsible 10, 11, 12 years ago for beginning this streaming of short track racing all over the country. One of short track racing's most knowledgeable announcers, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Dillner.
Thank you so much, and folks, thank you for sticking it out with Five Flags Speedway and the staff from the Snowball Derby this week. Through all the rain, you persevered just like all of these teams did, so we appreciate being here on behalf of everybody at FloRacing. We're excited about being the partner to broadcast this race. And before we get kick-started with the driver introductions here today, we have a couple of special awards right now. And first up will be the photo of the year from last year, and it was a very nice photo. We're going to bring the plaque to the stage. We need Dan McKenzie from Canadian Motorsports to come to the stage here and accept this award. You take a look at this photo right here as we hold it up in front of our FloRacing cameras. You can check out JC from the 21 team when Caden Honeycutt won last year, and that's a very special photo. A lot of joy right there, and Dan will get this to you. We'll get you to take a picture over here, but congratulations on the photo of the year from last year's Snowball Derby. Give Dan a round of applause. Thank you, Dan. We appreciate you, and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the coolest things when you come down to the Snowball Derby each and every year, and this is a tradition that started about 20 years ago, the special paint schemes that you see on these race cars. And that led to a contest which initially began with Speed 51. It's continued with HD5 Designs. And to bring that to attention, there's a very special contest that ran this past weekend. We're going to bring up Tim Horvath to the stage from HD5 Designs. Tim, great to have you and your entire staff. You worked tirelessly on this, and you got some bad-to-the-bone schemes out there to judge on.
Oh, I tell you what, this year, Bob, was so much, it was elevated so high, I had to bring in some real professionals. I'm just a guy who's in muck boots down in turn 4 trying to dry out the track. These guys judge these cars, the designers, the printers, the wrap guys, top notch throughout the entire weekend. I know we didn't get to see them on track as much as we wanted to, but you and I had plenty of conversations on how beautiful these race cars are.
Absolutely, and I'm sure a lot of interaction on social media, not just by the folks here, but all over the country.
I'm going to tell you right now, we had over 12 different countries. We had 792,000 views right here in Pensacola on these beautiful race cars. This thing couldn't be done without HD5 and the crew back home, but also 5-star race bodies and Avery Dennison throwing in. Man, it was difficult, and I can't believe I even get to be up here to talk about them.
So without further ado, the best appearing car for the 58th running of the Snowball Derby. Can you reveal that to us?
Go for it. It's your award.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tyler doesn't want to say it, but everybody, Stephen Nassy in the number 51, that car just set it on a different level. Here he comes right here. Chase, the guy's back at the shop. I no longer design anything for the Snowball or the Snowflake. I give it to my team. They come up here. Even Tyler up there, over there on TikTok said maybe he's got to go somewhere else if he wants to win one. But dang it, that car is absolutely beautiful.
And Steven, honestly, your car looks like a Christmas present.
Yeah, we did a great job. Everybody at HD5, we always, they kind of get tired of dealing with me at times. I'm very picky, but I think it goes a long ways. The fans love it. Wish it was a little bit faster in qualifying, but it makes for a better show for everybody. So hopefully today's a good day.
Indeed. Let's take a photo, gentlemen, as we move over here. A very special trophy that has become a tradition here at Five Flags Speedway. And there is the HD5 Design Trophy for the best appearing car, awarded to Stephen Nassy out of Pinellas Park, Florida, driver of the number 51 in this year's Snowball Derby. One more round of applause for HD5 Designs and Stephen Nassy.
Tim Bryant. So hold on one second, Bob. Can I get Steve and Ed up here real quick?
Yeah, we're going to get Ed Brown and Steve Stokes up here because we have a very special award here today.
So 11 years ago, I came down to the Snowball Derby, and there's a guy here at the racetrack that believed in me, seeing something. We did the Snowflake 125 trophy. We done the Snowball Derby trophy, Best Appearing Car Award. I will never touch the Tom Dawson trophy. That is absolutely beautiful. But there's a man inside this place that means the world to a lot more than just me or a few people. Steve and Ed called me up and said, hey, we need to do something special for a human being. Can you help us out? Steve, you want to real quick jump in here and tell us a little story about the Iron Man Award, the Five Flags Speedway Iron Man Award?
Well, it's something we've been doing for years and years to some of our employees. A lot of them have received that. It's something they do for us all year long, and that's good work, and we appreciate it, and that's why we give an Iron Man Award away. And Tim Bryant has always made sure someone got that trophy every single year. But you know what? The man that deserves it the most is Tim Bryant. So we got a little trophy for him this year, Bob.
Put your hands together for the 2025 recipient of the Iron Man Award for Five Flags Speedway, Tim Bryant. Tim is the leader of this staff. He's out there unclogging toilets, relieving some pressure from water running onto the racetrack. He's done it all throughout his career, and he wins the Iron Man Award, the annual award given to somebody special that puts their heart and soul into Five Flags Speedway each and every week. Tim, I almost see tears in your eyes right now because you know how special this award is every year.
Well, every award we get, Bob, is a team effort. There's no individuals in our entire entire group, including me, that can do anything without the rest of us. It's a strong effort, and what we've done here this weekend has been phenomenal, but we've done it with the cooperation of all the fans and all the competitors. So all I can tell you is I want to introduce them drivers and go racing.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Tim Bryant, Ed Brown, Steve Stokes, awarding the Iron Man Award. And look, we have Snowball with us, the coveted mascot for the Snowball Derby. Miss Tori, who is this year's Miss Snowball Derby. Got Boo over there. Hello, and Chris McKee, world famous Chris McKee with us as well. Folks, are you ready to meet the drivers in the starting lineup for the Snowball Derby? Let's go, Robbie Harvey.
Fans, it is time to introduce the starting lineup for the 58th annual Snowball Derby. Starting 36th, driver of the JBL Audio Toyota from Mooresville, North Carolina, the 2025 World Series Super Late Model Champion, the number 24, Gavin Boschel.
It's been an up and down week for Gavin Boschel, but you're in the Derby. Are you ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, I'm excited. First Derby, we got the backup car tuned up pretty well. My crew chief Dennis is one of the best in the game here, so we're going to take this thing to the front.
Gavin Boschel starting at the back of the field.
Starting 35th, driver of the Alliance Rental Solutions Chevrolet from Concord, North Carolina. Driver the number 44, the two-time Cars Super Late Model Champion, it's Matt Craig.
Matt Craig making his 7th start in the Snowball Derby, part of the Craig family that has been around racing for a long time. How much do you look forward to this day each and every year, Matt?
Yeah, man, this race is so fun. You know, we look forward to it every year, and you know, you race all season for this race.
Matt Craig, look for him today in the red number 44.
Starting 34th, driver of the Freight Racing Ford from Monroe, Georgia, the 2025 World Crown Champion, the 35 of Jake Garcia.
Jake Garcia running in the NASCAR Truck Series. You mentioned that World Crown win, second in this race in your first attempt years ago. What would it be like to hoist that Tom Dawson trophy?
Yeah, it'd be amazing. That's the biggest trophy in all of super late model racing, so definitely want to get that one. And yeah, I'm looking forward to today. It's a little foggy, but I'm looking forward to racing, and I'm thinking it'll be a good afternoon.
Jake Garcia has former Snowball Derby winner Ricky Turner as his crew chief.
Starting 33rd, driver the LCM Chevrolet from Hudson, New Hampshire, the two-time Pass National Champion, the number 12 of Derek Griffith.
DG making his 7th start in the Snowball Derby. You missed last year. How much did it make you want to come back and run it again?
Yeah, it was really tough sitting at home watching it, especially for the reason. So I'm so happy to be back. We were terrible yesterday, so I hope I'm a hell of a lot better today. We get a lot of work to do, but can't thank my guys enough. We work real hard to get this thing ready, and it's I think it's gonna be a good race car today.
Good to see DG nice and healthy here this year for the Snowball Derby.
Starting 32nd, driver of the Mitch Smith All-American Concrete Chevrolet from Pinellas Park, Florida, the 2024 Snowflake Champion, the number 51, Stephen Nassie.
Two-time Winchester 400 winner, Stephen Nassie. It's like deja vu all over again. You came so close from the rear last year. Can you pull it off this year?
Yeah, if I do, it's going to be a damn good show. So everybody just get your popcorn, get your snacks, and get ready.
And if he does win here today, it'll be a heck of a party as well.
Starting 31st, driver of the Flow Sports, Lucas Oil Chevrolet. He is a two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, a two-time Snowball Derby champion from Las Vegas, Nevada, the number 51, Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch has
has a couple of these Tom Dawson trophies, trying to set himself apart from so many other drivers. What does it mean to be back at the Snowball Derby, Kyle?
Well, I certainly wish it was a whole heck of a lot better and nicer for Tim Bryant and the staff here at Five Flags Speedway, and of course all the race fans to have nicer weather, you know. But sorry we brought the jury weather, but looking forward to a great show here, getting it underway, and you know, putting our FloRacing Lucas Oil Chevrolet back in victory lane like we did here in 2017. So a lot of these other guys, there's a lot of tough competition out here, want to do the same thing. So it'll be a heck of a race. We'll see what happens.
That 51, one of the best looking cars in the field.
Starting 30th, driver of the US 131 Motorsports Park Chevrolet from Belle River, Ontario, Canada, the Owasso Nationals champion, the number 14 of Chase Pinsino.
Three-time winner in the JEG Series in Pro Late Models as well, Chase Pinsino. In the Snowball Derby, I know it's not perfect weather, but it's a perfect day to go 300 laps. What do you think?
I'm super excited. It's my first Derby, so just looking forward to taking it all in. It's a blessing to be here, and it's something I've dreamt of for a really long time, so I'm living out my childhood dream.
And he's been waiting it out, go to the ball this week, and now he's racing for 300 laps.
Starting 29th, driver of the Apache Rental Group, Ford. From Lake Oswego, Oregon, the 2024 Chili Willy champion, the number 76 of Cole Raz.
Cole Raz has also won the Summer Showdown, one of the best drivers from the West Coast, one of the tallest drivers in the field as well. Cole, what do you think about today?
Well, I think to your point, I'm really glad I'm tall with how far back I'm starting. But no, just really excited to get this going. This has been a long week for not only us drivers and teams, but all you fans. So really appreciate all you guys sticking it out. And hopefully, you know, all 36 of us can put on a good show. But excited to get our Cycle Next Gen Travel Center forward up and to the front. I mean, I feel like everybody at Port City did a really good job prepping all year long for this. And time to go put our money where our mouth is.
Look out for Cole Raz coming through the field here today.
Starting 28th, driver of the Atlanta Paving and Concrete Construction Chevrolet. He finished second in the Cars Tour Championship from Atlanta, Georgia. The number 6 of Brandon Lopez.
And a winner at Caraway in the Cars Tour this year, Brandon Lopez. What does it mean to you to be in the Snowball Derby?
It means a lot. It's my first super race ever, first Derby, so just looking to learn a lot and hopefully charge towards the front.
Brandon Lopez has put all his cards in one basket here today for 300 laps.
Starting 27th, driver of the Oscar Mayer Ford. He is a NASCAR Cup Series driver and former NASCAR Whelen Modified Series champion from Berlin, Connecticut. The number 60 of Ryan Preece.
Yes, he's a modified guy making his fourth start in the Snowball Derby. What have you learned about this race?
Yeah, I mean, the prestige is one thing, right? And it seems like every year that I come here, I learn how really big this race is. So thanks for the fans for sticking it out. Thanks to Tim and the entire tech group here for everything that they've been doing. And, you know, we're going to build a notebook as we go throughout this race and see if we can move forward.
Ryan Preece, NASCAR Cup Series driver for RFK.
Starting 26th, driver of the SA Recycling Johnny's RV Chevrolet from Mobile, Alabama. The number 33 of Dustin Smith.
Mobile Pro Late Model Champion Dustin Smith. What do you think here today? It's been an up and down weekend for you so far.
Yeah, I just hope it goes a little better than what it did last night. So we'll see.
Dustin Smith's got a good-looking ride in that number 33.
Starting 25th, driver of the Hall Ambulance Chevrolet, the 2024 SRL Spears Southwest Tour champion from Bakersfield, California, the number 22 of Buddy Shepard.
5 wins in the SRL Super Late Model Series out west. He's come here to the Snowball Derby a couple years. And why do you come to the Snowball Derby, buddy?
Oh, it's something me and my dad have always wanted to do for years, and to keep coming back consecutively these 2 years has been pretty cool. I can't thank Dwayne Sharp or all my guys for sticking it out so long. All the fans. Hopefully we can get it going here tonight, huh?
Look out for Buddy Shepard here today in that double deuce.
Starting 24th, driver of the MGR Herman's Landscape Chevrolet from Northfield, Minnesota, the number 36 of Ty Fredrickson.
Second generation racer coming to run the Snowball Derby. His dad ran this race years ago. What does it mean to you to run a race as prestigious as this as your dad had done?
Yeah, it's super awesome. Really grateful that we made the race my first try, and hopefully we can do pretty good today.
Ty Fredrickson, one of the rising young stars of our sport.
Starting 23rd, driver of the Port City Race Cars, Casey Jones Racing Ford. From Lawrenceville, Georgia, he is a 4-time Blizzard Series champion, the number 30 of Casey Roderick.
Casey Roderick making his 10th start in the Snowball Derby, has yet to hoist the Tom Dawson Trophy. Have you ever dreamed about that?
Every day. No, it's a great event to come to. Appreciate all you fans for coming out. I know the weather's been difficult for us, but it's cool to see everyone out here supporting us, and hopefully we can get rolling and put on a good show for you guys.
Casey Roderick, look out for him today in that number 30 machine.
Starting 22nd, driver of the Rent Jones Racing Ford, the 2024 South Carolina 400 champion. From Grimsby, Ontario, Canada, the number 30, Trayton Lapsevich.
Trayton Lapsevich fast no matter what car he rides. Let's find out. Trayton, do you have a fast car for today's race?
I think we got a good piece. Excited to get started here for 300 laps. You know, I know the crew's going to keep working on it. I got a really good group of guys there. So big thanks to Rhett Jones Racing, Casey Jones Racing, all the partners that make this possible, and hopefully parking in victory lane at the end of the night.
Look out for Lapsevich here today at Five Flags.
Starting 21st. Driver of the Kafka Conveyor Chevrolet. He is a 2-time ASA Midwest Tour champion from Stratford, Wisconsin. The number 9, Derek Krause.
Winner this year at Newport in Tennessee, Derek Krause. You're running this race for the 9th time. What have you learned that's going to get you in victory lane?
Just got to be there at the end for sure. It's going to be a long 300 laps, and just got to keep the fenders on it and be there at the end and put on a good show for the fans.
It'll be a survival of the fittest here today.
Starting 20th, driver of the Phoenix Racing Ford. He is a 5-time Blizzard Series champion and 2-time Snowflake champion from Sonoya, Georgia. The number 26, Bumba Pollard.
33 career wins at Five Flags Speedway, but Bubba, you got the kids with you. How special is that?
Yeah, it's good to always have them here. Hopefully we can get a win for them today and get to experience it, but it's always important to have your family around, and just hopefully we can put on a good show for these fans.
Brand new race car for Bubba Pollard here this weekend.
Starting 19th, driver of the Cookout Toyota, former Carolina Pro Late Model champion from Trinity, North Carolina, the number 18 of Max Reeves.
Max Reeves qualified last night. He was the first car out, and just 15 years old. Max Reeves, what does it mean to you to be in the Derby?
I'm a little bit nervous about this one. It's my first Derby, but my goal is just to be there at the end because I think it's going to be a wild one. So if we're at the end, I think we're going to have a good finish tonight.
Max Reeves, the Joe Gibbs Racing Development driver.
Starting 18th, driver of the Gamebridge Chevrolet. Winner at Watkins Glen in the ARCA Series from Williamsburg, Virginia, the number 5 of Tristan McKee.
Tristan McKee, runner-up last night, hoping for one spot better. Tristan McKee, find out you've won some big races here this year, but have you ever dreamed about winning a big one like this?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's my first Derby here, obviously, so it'd be really cool to get it in my debut, just like the ARCA race. So hopefully we have a good piece here for 300 laps, and we'll see it coming up soon.
He's fast no matter what he drives, Tristan McKee.
Starting 17th, driver of the Ebbs Logistics Chevrolet, the 2024 Allen Turner Pro Late Model Series champion from New London, North Carolina, the number 81 of Carson Brown.
Carson Brown, great looking 81 ride. Carson, how ready are you to get this one fired today?
I'm very ready. The weather doesn't seem like it is, but yeah, feeling pretty good about it. I feel like we have a good car and just need to get the pit stops dialed in, and I think we'll be all right.
Carson Brown in that Anthony Campy Racing ride.
Starting 16th, driver of the Cook Electric Chevrolet. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the reigning, he is the defending Snowball Derby champion from Alito, Texas, the number 21, Caden Honeycutt.
Caden Honeycutt, NASCAR Truck Series competitor. You dreamed about winning the one that you got last year. Have you thought about 2 in a row?
That'd be amazing, man. And just, I appreciate the opportunity again from Pat and Larry to come and wheel this race car for them and do a good job. We pretty much got our whole band back together from last year with JC and all my crew guys. They've done a really good job this weekend with all the circumstances we ran into. Didn't need to do a whole lot of mocks to get a better qualifying spot, but I feel like we have a good race car to go and try to go back to back. But it's going to be a little bit tough, but we're ready for the challenge for sure.
Caden Honeycutt in that black number 21.
Starting 15, driver of the Appalachian Sucker Punch, Ford. He is a 2-time Snowflake champion and Farmer Snowball Derby champion from Bakersfield, California. The 96 of Derek Thorne.
Derek Thorne has done just about everything here at Five Flags Speedway. But Derek Thorne, did you ever think a kid from California would be coming and running and being able to win a race like the Snowball Derby?
I think my 12-year-old self would be pretty pumped to see how far, I guess, call it my career's come. To have the opportunities to be able to come here as many years as we have, to have had the success we had back in the day, and to be back here with Highlands Motorsports. Today, obviously, the weather's not cooperating, but thank you, fans, for sticking it out. You know, these aren't optimal conditions, but that's just how cool this race is, to see you guys supporting us all.
Nobody has led more laps in the Snowball Derby than Derek Thorne.
Starting 14th, driver of the Del Oso Family Farms Toyota, a 2-time SRL Spears Southwest Tour champion from Antigua, California, the 16 of Jacob Gomes.
Jacob Gomes returning to the Snowball Derby for the first time in a couple of years. Jacob always likes to qualify well, but how was it last night when you were able to lock yourself in? How much of a relief?
Oh, it's a sigh of relief. Just to get in the show is the biggest thing around here. Just first obstacle is get through practice and get the, make the right calls, and then to get in the show is the first thing, and then the next thing is get through the day.
Little strategy today for Jacob Gomes and everybody in this field.
Starting 13th, driver of the Atlantic Tilt Load Toyota, the 2025 Blizzard and ASA Stars National Tour champion from Porters Lake, Nova Scotia, Canada, the number 28, Cole Butcher.
Cole Butcher, All-American 400. He's won just about everything in super late model racing, and now you're going after the Snowball Derby. How did this year prepare you here at Five Flags for today?
Yeah, everybody at Wilson Motorsports just put their heads together, and we've had a pretty good year. So we definitely have this one marked on the calendar as everybody else does. But we're just looking forward to getting in the car and hopefully getting it done.
Cole Butcher already 3 wins this year here in super late model competition at Five Flags.
Starting 12th, driver of the Rackley Roofing Chevrolet. He is the 2025 All-American 400 champion from Lebanon, Tennessee, the 26th machine of Dawson Sutton.
This driver on fire. He loves his Rocky Top, Tennessee. Today he's going after this victory. You've won 3 big races lately. How about this one here today?
Man, this one means the world to me. Ever since last year, just coming here, I really want this one a lot. So hopefully I can keep it up front all day and hopefully just be there at the end.
Could it be good old Rocky Top here today in the Panhandle of Florida?
Starting 11th, driver of the U.S. Tank Chevrolet, former Allen Turner Pro League Model Series champion, also from Lebanon, Tennessee, the number 89, Dylan Fancho.
A 3-time Pro Late Model champion at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Dylan, you've been smiling since you locked yourself in. Are you ready for battle today?
Yeah, definitely ready for this. Very excited. I think the car is really good. Really just hate the weather's doing this. Thanks to the fans for coming out. It's really been a tough week, but hopefully we can get it in.
Dylan Fetcho today, independent runner. Be a good guy to root for.
Starting 10th, driver of the Thaymark Farms Ford, the 2024 Northwest Super Late Model champion from Quincy, Washington, the number 1 of Casey Klein.
Casey Klein back with a vendetta this year. Lost his ride last year, puts it in the show with a great qualifying run. How energized are you based on what happened last year to run well here today?
Yeah, I'm really pumped up. Trevor Cruciani brings me really great race cars everywhere we go. Just looking forward to this, hoping I can finish my first race at this track. Just a lot of bad luck here. I think I've made 8 starts between pros and supers and just haven't got a finish, so looking to put that to the end today.
Casey Klein, one of the best looking cars in the field.
Starting ninth, driver of the race cows, Toyota. He is the Idaho 200 champion from Spokane, Washington. The number 55 of Hayden Plybon.
Hayden Plybon with a win in the Galloway 150 as well. Former Northwest Super Late Model Series champion. Hayden, what do you think about battling for 300 laps today?
I think we got a good car. We're going to see what this mist does to us, but I think we got a good piece, and hopefully we can stay at the front.
Look out for Hayden Plybon in the 55 at Five Flags.
Starting eighth, driver of the Frontline Enterprises Toyota. He has 333 career NASCAR Cup Series starts from Troutman, North Carolina. The number 98 of David Gilliland.
Gilliland has been walking around with a smile. Will you have a smile at the end of 300 today?
Yeah, we're hoping so. We got a really fast Toyota Camry, and I got to thank Frontline Enterprises and everybody that's put in so much work to come bring this thing out here and came and tested and feel like we have a good car. So again, like everybody's been saying, thanks to the fans. It's been a trying weekend, but it's great to see everybody out here, and what an awesome event, and proud to be part of it today.
And by the way, oldest driver in the field here today, David Gilliland.
Starting seventh, driver of the Salted Meadows Chevrolet. He is a 2025 Chili Willy champion from Eaton, Colorado. The 08 of Chase Hansen.
Chase Hansen also a winner in the Summer Showdown. Here, Chase Hansen, fourth last year. How about just a few spots better here today?
Yeah, man, that's huge for us. Obviously, we race really good. The last several times we've been here, I just can't ever get a qualifying lap, so we got that done. Hopefully we can stay up there. Hopefully we get this deal in, and yeah, just super excited. I think we got a good race car. I know my teammate does, and hopefully we can show everybody what these P1 chassis do.
Chase Hansen, one of the West Coast contingent here today.
Starting sixth, driver, the Tricor Carpentry Chevrolet. He is the 2025 Rattler champion from Naples, Florida. The number 3 of Michael Atwell.
Michael Atwell has been running pro late models and super late models down here for a while. He's kind of one of those guys that's a hidden secret in this field. How good is this car, and can you win here today?
Yeah, Mike Garvey brought a great car, so I think we got a good piece here. Obviously, this weather this week has not been good, but can't thank the fans for staying out here, and hopefully we get this thing in.
Michael Atwell in the number 3 in the super late models.
Starting fifth, driver of the Surf USA Mobile Chevrolet, former World Series Pro Late Model champion from Dawsonville, Georgia. The 96, Spencer Davis.
Spencer Davis, first Snowball Derby since 2018. That's a long while, but Spencer loves Five Flags Speedway. Why do you love this place so much?
Oh, man, just the energy of the Snowball Derby, right? I mean, stands are full, weather's not favorable, and everyone's still here. And, I mean, every day this week, I mean, you walk into the outfield and everyone's having fun and just they're looking forward to Sunday. And we're here. We'll see what happens, right?
Spencer Davis will start 5th here today.
Starting fourth, driver the Phoenix Construction Hendrick Cars Chevrolet, the 2025 Alan Turner Pro Late Model Series champion from Lynn Haven, Florida, the 51 of Jake Finch.
His buddies gave him a nickname of Panama Jake here this weekend. Good looking ride here. Jake, do you just dream about this here?
Yeah, it's obviously a super big race. Weather sucked the past few days, but yeah, just hopefully we can get this race in, and got a good starting spot, so excited to hopefully keep this HendrickCars.com 51 up front and have a good day.
Jake Finch, hard charger in today's race.
Starting third, driver of the Byron Outdoor Superstore Ford, former New Smyrna Rookie of the Year from Fort Valley, Georgia, the number 17 of Hudson Bolger.
Hudson walking across the stage. What a start. What is this going to mean to you to start as you are in today's lineup?
Yeah, I mean, being my debut into the Derby, I never ran the Derby before. Ran the Snowflake last year and didn't go to plan. But to be able to start in a spot like this, I mean, it's super special to my whole team. And just got to thank all my guys for getting me there. I mean, I couldn't do it without them, and I'm just super excited. Hopefully the weather will clear up a little bit and we can get racing.
And now it's time to meet the front row starters of the 58th running of the Snowball Derby.
Starting second, driver of the Menards iRacing Ford. He is a two-time Snowball Derby champion from Seymour, Wisconsin, the number 91, Ty Majeski.
The last 4 winners of the Snowball Derby have started on the outside of the front row. That's where Ty Majeski starts here today. How do you like those odds?
Yeah, I didn't know that stat. You're full of them, Bob. Man, you know, just excited to be here. Obviously, a long week for all of us. Appreciate everybody sticking this out. Yeah, excited to go tonight. Hopefully, I know it's a little bit of a gloomy day, but you're gonna be able to see my Menards yellow iRacing Ford. So, yeah, happy to be here, have another shot at another Derby. We'll see what happens.
Bright-looking machine for Ty Majeski.
And on the pole for the 58th annual Snowball Derby, driver of the Generator Source Chevrolet. He is a former World Crown champion from Brighton, Colorado, the number 48, Preston Peltier.
And now a 2-time Derby pole sitter, and what you told me is going to be your final Snowball Derby attempt. What do you think?
Yeah, first I gotta say hi to the family watching at home. You know, we'll be home soon, and I'm excited to get this thing going. I think we got a really good car. Generator Source Chevy is it's been on rails since we unloaded. Never had a car with this kind of speed here, so I hope I don't mess it up.
Preston Peltier, look for him in that number 48 today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Snowball Derby. Are you ready to go racing here today? Folks, it's Snowball Derby time at Five Flags Speedway.
And we're going to continue with our pre-race festivities on the front straightaway. We're going to have to clear the front straightaway. Everybody back to the grandstands or the pits. Let's clear the front straightaway.
So the initial portion of the opening ceremonies for the 58th annual Snowball Derby has concluded. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue with the lead up to the 58th annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports, live from the Five Flags Speedway.
Hi, I'm JP Wibbs, and here at Buggy Works, we have the largest selection of new and used vehicles on the Gulf Coast. We also offer certified technician services and rentals. Come see our new location, Buggy Works, in the heart of Car City.
MD3, the most advanced body panels on the market. Aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looks so good. MD3, the #1 body choice for top dirt racers.
Welcome back to Five Flags Speedway in Pensacola, Florida, where the fog continues to linger over this half-mile oval. The drivers have been introduced to the fans here in attendance and those of you watching along on FloRacing as well. As they get set to strap into their cars, we'll throw it trackside and continue on with our pre-race ceremonies.
Anthem. Let's go to the Lord in prayer with our track chaplain from Chumuckla and the Liberty Church. Here's Wayne Butts.
Thank you, Bill. May we pray together. Father, we just pause in our day today to say thank you for every blessing that you pour out on us. We ask, Lord, that you would continue to hold the weather back, that this race can get in. May the race be run with excellence through all the struggles that we've been through this week, Lord. May this be reflected in this race with a tremendous race tonight, keeping everybody safe and under your care as we give you all the praise. In Christ's name, amen.
Thank you, Wayne. Please remain standing with your hats removed for God Bless America. From Pensacola, here is Taylor Cocopanti.
God bless America. It's the land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Thank you, Taylor. Great job. Please remain standing with your hats removed for our nation's #1 song from Pensacola. Here's Vicki Stanfield.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Excellent. Thank you so much. Drivers, to your cars, let's mount up. Drivers to your cars, let's mount up for the 58th annual Snowball Derby. We have a few minutes, folks, while these drivers get ready and strap in before we send them on their way. And we're going to take this opportunity to talk to the brand new Miss Snowball Derby 2025.
All right,
she
big
won
thank you
the
to all
title
involved for the pre-race
a couple of
ceremonies
weeks
there
ago,
as we
and she
start
will
to
serve
close in
as
on what is going to be the start of the 58th Annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports. As the drivers make their way to their cars and start to get strapped in, we are going to step aside. When we come back, we will fire the engines, 36 cars strong, on the much anticipated kickoff of the 58th Annual Snowball Derby.
Trailers, motor coaches, and Toter Home. As the world's #1 Intech trailer dealer, Flying A leads the way in custom-designed race trailers and car haulers built to fit your vision. With a massive lineup of in-stock inventory and fully built custom builds from top brands like Intech, Renegade, Showhauler, T&E, Bravo, and SeaTech, we're ready to equip racers at every level. Whether you're a dirt racer, drag racer, or hot rodder alike, we have something for you.
Where racers build products for racers, with blood, sweat, and gears. At Buzzy Racing, we know what's at stake because we race too. From rear-end rebuilds and tube straightening to dyno-tested steering boxes and transmission overhauls, we don't just fix it, we build it like it's our own. Family-owned, track-proven, built with purpose, built to win.
For over 2 decades, Fast Lane Racing Apparel has been the official merchandise partner of Five Flags Speedway and the Snowball Derby. Visit shopsnowballderby.com for the official event merchandise of the 57th Snowball Derby, or find us at our 3-track locations.
Welcome to a foggy evening in the Panhandle of Florida. It's the 58th running of the Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports. Five Flags Speedway, there's nothing better than this. It's a perfect storm. Final race of the year, and it's set for 300 laps right now. Drivers like Cole Butcher right here, buckling up behind the wheel of their race cars. Cole Butcher so good this year. He's won just about everything. 3 different championships. He's won 3 races here in the Blizzard Series. He is truly one of the favorites to win here. But this kid over here to my right, a lot of attention on Dawson Sutton. This particular race car has been phenomenal for him and this team. Dawson Sutton in 4 races in this car, 3 wins and a 2nd place run. Look for him to challenge for the Tom Dawson Trophy here today. Dylan Fetcho, one of the independent runners, 3-time track champion at Nashville. The kid loves this place, former track champion here as well in pro late model ranks. He is just eager and so happy to be in this prestigious race here today. But there are stars from all over the place. Take a look at Casey Klein. Last year, what a story for him. He was in a ride, trying to qualify for the Snowball Derby, shows up on Saturday, and he no longer had a ride. This year, he's back with a vengeance, a great qualifying effort for this very special paint scheme race car here, the #1 for Casey Klein. Alongside of him, Hayden Plybon, the 55, another cool scheme on that. He is from the West Coast and a former Northwest Super Late Model Series champion. This kid right here, though, Jace Hansen, he surprised everybody last year. A 4th place run. He was in contention until the end of the race, led a bunch of laps as well, and he's got a very fast P1 chassis race car. This guy here, though, one of the fan favorites, David Gilliland, 333 starts in NASCAR's Premier Series, a winner in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Thumbs up. He is ready to go here today. So many drivers ready for battle here today. And that front row, very interesting because it has a Snowball Derby winner and a now 2-time Snowball Derby pole sitter. Jim?
And Bob, Preston Peltier has set the pace in a very limited practice run. Thursday was supposed to be 4 hours of practice. We got 1 session in for the Super Lates. Preston Peltier had a fast time then. When it came to country please and pole qualifying, the 48-year-old put down a lap and will start this race from the front row on the inside. It's his 11th Derby. He ran 10 in a row, but he has switched his efforts to racing and building chassis and developing young drivers like Jace Hansen's run from 20th to 4th a year ago here in the Derby. But it is Preston's time to set the pace and lead for perhaps his third Derby in those 10 tries. Here he is on the front row next to Ty Majeski, who again has been the winner of the 2 of the last 5 Snowball Derbies. Peltier getting belted in. He is used to making all the calls. He'll do it from behind the wheel and work towards a first Snowball Derby championship for the driver from Colorado, originally from California.
Right now, these drivers expecting the command to fire engines. One of the drivers, Jake Finch, a local hotshot. His dad, James Finch. He's been known around these ranks for such a long time, and it is 20 years since Jake's uncle won this race, Eddie Mercer. And now it's time for the command at the start-finish line.
To get us underway, Mr. Boo Weekly from Milton, Florida, PGA champion. How about the most famous words in motorsports?
Start your engine! 36 drivers started the day wondering what it would be like if they had the opportunity to lay claim to a Tom Dawson trophy. Several in the field have already done it once, maybe twice, thinking that today could be the chance in which they do it once more. We've been battle tested pretty much over the course of the last 4 days, and Adam, at this point, it appears as though we're still not out of the woods quite yet. What we've been told is that the field is going to roll off and see if a handful of parade and pace laps are able to improve some of the damp conditions on the track as the fog has rolled in, and I would say multiplied in density over the course of the last couple of hours. So that is the agenda right now.
Yeah, and again, nothing on radar. It is a thick fog that is set in, just so much humidity in the area from rainfall over the last few days. All of the fog. From turn 3, honestly, you can't see the front stretch tower. I had somebody take a picture. Rick Dawson, actually, from Anderson Speedway, sent me a picture from turn 3, and he said you can't even see the tower from over here. That's how thick the fog is. Now, from the scoring tower, we can see the whole racetrack. Our view up here where we're located, you can see the whole track. You can see the cars rolling around. But it, no question, is a very dense fog. It is moist. It is a mist. It has put some moisture on the racetrack over the last few hours. They're going to roll the cars for a couple of laps. Obviously, our drone shot here showing how thick this fog is. And from above this track, which would be beautiful shots normally, you can squint a little bit and see the cars. You can't tell who they are as they roll through the corners. So the hope here is get some heat build up in these cars, roll them around some laps, help the drying, and if they need to, they'll bring them down pit road and then go around a couple of times with the jet as well. See the spots on the front straightaway where the cars were stationed? That shows the difference of the dryness where the cars were sitting and where the fog and mist had laid down on the front stretch. Bob Dillner's down in the pits. He brought his pre-race, and Bob, things are a little wet down there.
Yeah, they definitely are. Pit road very wet as well, and you mentioned Rick Dawson looking at the tower. You take a look at our perspective right here. We cannot see the tower. About a half an hour before pre-race ceremonies began, kind of a fog overcame this area, and it got more and more dense, and that's what we're struggling with right now. But these teams and the drivers that I talked to, they said, we just need to get some heat in this racetrack, really work it in a little bit, and they think they can go green here today for 300 laps in just about maybe 15 minutes. Let's go to Jim.
When it comes, what these teams are prepared for is they have tires they've qualified on. These are the Hoosier F45 Stars. A lot of the racing this season has been done on these in different series. They did a test here just after Labor Day with 6 teams and decided to go with this tire compound. Last year they ran a different Hoosier tire compound on the left and the right-hand side, so it's a change for some. That's probably why we had so many teams down here last weekend testing and weekends prior. But these sets of tires on pit road are going to be so critical. It's a 300-lap race. The competition caution session window has been extended to 100 laps from 75. So a matter of durability and wear on tires that some teams don't have a lot of notes on may play a factor with 3 sets laying and starting on the tires they qualified on yesterday. So looking at these tires, this is a critical component with these wide 5 Bassett wheels to these Hoosier tires here in Spencer Davis's pit. We'll see when and how they put them on. I'm guessing the lap 100 runs might tell us who's good, who's qualified in the show but didn't have a long run in their books to get in the field, and who indeed will have the balance to win the Tom Dawson Trophy.
Thanks, gentlemen. I think you both provided the perfect examples of both wide-ranging variables that we have been experiencing in the lead up to the running of this race. The new tire compound of the F45 Stars, and due to the wet weather on Thursday, and then on Friday, just a sole 1-hour practice session where many teams were solely focused on qualifying. A lot of teams not even logging a long run of any kind over the course of their preparation for this race. And then parlay that with the obvious inclement weather, and as we can see, after a couple of parade laps to kick things off to see what the condition and status of the racetrack was, the cars are now being brought down to the attention of the down to the pit lane, where the track crew could then roll some of the safety equipment. In fact, they've already been dispatched on the back straightaway to try to see if they could get some heat in this racetrack. And Adam, as you mentioned, this is the first time in now 4 days that we have a circumstance like this where there's nothing on the radar. There is no, we've got 3 different radar apps that we've been looking through and pointing towards, and there is absolutely nothing on the radar. This is just a pestering fog that has rolled in here, and it's causing us a little bit of havoc.
There's a look at the spotter stand down below the tower where our camera view is from. All of the spotters lined up. They have expanded the spotter stand this year. Drivers also complaining some about fog in vision as they're out there. So the track drying has begun again. Again, you see the spots where the cars were located on the front stretch showing the dry spots, as opposed to the damp spots where the cars were not at. And this is a very, very thick fog that has rolled in really a few hours ago here at Five Flags Speedway.
So now the car covers will go on the car to help preserve some of that moisture from building up on the front or back windshield, and we will see what the plan of attack will be. We'll go down for another Joe's Racing Products pit report. Here's Bob.
Chad Kendrick is the crew chief for Dawson Sutton. What did Dawson tell you on the radio there as he circled around this racetrack?
Probably not a good idea if we went green right now. It's a little slick for sure. Hopefully they can get some heat back in it. They had it pretty dry, and then this fog, heavy, dense fog kind of sat in. So hopefully they can get the trucks out there, get it dried up, and we can go back racing. I think that's what we're all here to do, and it's been a long 4 days and 5 days and very limited practice, and barely got to qualify, and we didn't get a good draw on that. So he's really excited to get this in because he feels like he has a really good car, and he's been driving these cars really well here lately. So a little too slick to get started right there. So we're gonna make sure. I'm sure the track's gonna make the right decision here and get it dried up for us, and hopefully give the fans an exciting night.
Put me in your mind as a crew chief right now. What are you thinking about limited practice? You went out to qualify and now you're racing. What are your thoughts?
Well, we came down and tested week of Thanksgiving. Had a really good test session there. He's coming off a win at the All-American 400. Coming off a win, we won here in September together. That race, he won Toledo. He's won a lot lately. He's got a lot of confidence in these cars. The test session went really well. We found something here even better with the 45s, because that's not what we raced on here in September. And then when we unloaded the other day, our first 10 laps were race run. Then we went to qualify, and he said it felt great. He was like, man, it's awesome. Like I can do what I want to do. So the confidence is half the battle, right? The other half is being prepared and make sure you got a really good car. And these Rackley Ward late model side has done a great job all year with that. So his confidence is at an all-time high, and I think the car is really, really fast, and he's not concerned about driving to the front. We have long race to do it in 3 stops. We just got to make the right decisions down here and when to put the tires on and what changes to make. So we have the confidence in him. He's got the confidence in the car, and we'll make the right decisions.
We'll let you go talk to your driver. He's climbed out of his race car, Jim Trado.
Dylan Fetchel has climbed from his number 89 for his second straight Derby. He's going to run for the 11th position, but I want to focus on the fact that he's raced here in Pro Late Models quite a bit. The last 6 Snowflakes, but more importantly, you won a Pro Late Model Championship. So if somebody knows about the different kinds of weather changes that happen in Pensacola, Florida, what's it been like when it's hot and slick, when it's kind of misty, when it gets colder here at the Five Flag Speedway?
Yeah, I definitely like the colder conditions. Really, I mean, I think tonight the track would work if we made a few hot laps. Just the vision's the problem. The fog's real bad. So definitely, I do like the cold weather. It's definitely better than racing here in August. It's like 140 degrees in the car. So, you know, could be better, could be worse.
What is the detriment if you go out and the track is a little bit slick when you have these speeds in this class of field?
Yeah, for sure. You want the track to be dry. I know we could get it dry if all the cars ran around it for 5 or 10 laps, you know, just half speed and got some heat in it. But like I said, just the vision part's the problem.
When you're in the car, I saw there's moisture on the windshield, there's moisture on the rear window, there's moisture everywhere in the race car. When you climbed in, there's probably moisture in the seat, but when you got to temp, it probably wasn't enough, right? The visibility of seeing out the windshield and what you could see on the racetrack was the difference, right?
Yeah, that was really the only problem. Once you get in there and everything warms up, you're pretty much good to go if you would be able to see.
The thoughts of Dylan Fetchel, again, that Tennessean racing here a bunch, knows about the weather, and hoping for a good run for that family team, Bob.
David Gilliland down here caught up with him. David, when you went out on the racetrack, you took a couple laps under caution there. How was it?
It's slippery for sure. We got to get this track dry so we can go racing and put on a good show for these fans and all the people at home that tuned in on FloRacing TV to watch a great show. And I'm confident we can do it. We got a great group of cars here, but you know, we need to have the track right, and it's not worth taking any unnecessary chances. Everybody's worked too hard to be here, and you know, Tim Bryant and all the guys at Five Flag Speedway do an incredible job. And looking forward to getting underway, man. I've been here for 4 days, and we made 6 laps of practice and 2 laps of qualifying last night, so I am ready to go.
An incredible effort, though, by the entire staff here with everything that they've dealt with. You've seen a lot in your racing time. How about the effort that you saw this weekend?
Oh, yeah. No, everybody's had great attitudes. Everybody's communicated well. You know, as racers and team members and a team owner on the truck side for myself, you know, I appreciate the communication and hard work that goes into it. So, you know, I'm really excited to get out there and race on this great, challenging facility, and just really looking forward to it.
We'll just call you a veteran here. Why do you keep on coming down here? Your son came down years ago. You've come 2 years in a row. Why do you come to the Snowball Derby, David?
Well, it's just, you know, racing's my passion, obviously, and I love driving. I miss it. And, you know, just I dreamt of racing this event as a youngster out in California and never had the funding or the opportunity to come out here and race it. And so, you know, I got to thank, you know, Brett Stevens with Frontline Enterprises and Jan's Towing and Hidden View Dairies and just so many people that have helped me over the years and been able to make an opportunity like this you know, possible. So we built a new car with Steve Levitt and last year and brought it down here. It was a heck of a challenge. Spent a lot of time, you know, to come out here and run with a Fury or you know, Hamke or you know, any of these guys, Port City, any of these guys that have been doing it so long and do it week in and week out is extremely difficult. But I've always liked a good challenge and always been up for it and don't mind facing them head on. So we built a really fast Toyota Camry and I feel confident. Had really good race pace, qualified good last night, and just really looking forward to racing. But we do want to race on a dry track, Bob. You mentioned it earlier. I'm the oldest driver in the field, and you know, I've been using that as ammo this week. So you know, hopefully we can go out and have a good race and use some of that experience that I've gained over those years and try and go out there and put it to work. But just truly blessed. God's given me you know, an incredible opportunity to come out here and race, and looking forward to doing it.
David Gilliland, part of 3 generations of racing in the Gilliland family. Jim?
Cole Butcher has made his way from Nova Scotia to Charlotte to live and now race into the NASCAR National Series. He's just announced as a Craftsman Truck Series racer with Tricon Motorsports. Your owner, David Gilliland, was mighty talkative there when it comes to what he wants to see in the race car. You've raced here a lot. You won the Blizzard Championship this year. You wanted to make sure this track is just about right. What were you feeling on those outlaps in this 28 car?
I mean, I personally was super comfortable in my race car. But once I got off of 2, I'm like, oh boy, I can't really see much. So yeah, I think they're making the right call. Whatever happens tonight, whether we get the racing or whether we do it tomorrow, I think it's going to be the right call. So yeah, I guess we're just going to sit it out and wait.
About the effort you put in this. Bon Suss, your crew chief, has got a lot of race wins. He works a lot with Donnie Wilson, every driver of Toyota's racing development. But you guys, the emphasis put in here. Not only did you race here to win the Blizzard Championship, you guys came here and tested, you popped the motor, you drove the hauler down, the effort. Talk about the momentum and you have and the confidence you have in this car at this racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the 28 team. You look at the 224 teams with Jade and Gavin, but no, everybody on the 28 guys, we prepared 2 really fast race cars. We tested both of them the other week, and we picked the best one that we thought would get us into victory lane. But no, even all year, my guys have been working their butts off, and it shows. That's why we're able to be crowned 4 championships and have a number of wins to our belt. But yeah, it's just a great feeling to have such a great crew behind me, and they just put in a lot of effort. And yeah, we're just hoping to get this race underway so we can see what happens.
In this race, you've run 8 in a row now. This will be the 9th. You've only finished all but 4 laps. That says something about your ability to finish this race. As you're looking at your next step in your racing career, how bad do you want to finish this one with that trophy?
No, for sure. I mean, I'd like to say this place owes us, but it doesn't really, other than last year getting the flat tire, which I thought we were really good. But no, we've had a lot of top 5s, a lot of top 3s of this place, so hopefully we get a win for the Snowball Derby.
The thoughts of Cole Butcher again, the driver that a lot of people have said he's the guy to watch. He's certainly got an watchful eye now on the weather. And I'm telling you, Cole Butcher is looking for that big Tom Dawson trophy before he races full-time, starting in Daytona in a couple months in February in the Truck Series. Bob?
Well, Michael Atwell has a very good starting spot for today's 300-lap race when we get kick-started. But again, so much talk about this moisture that overcame the Speedway about 30 minutes before we started here today. What did you feel inside that race car?
Yeah, I mean, it's just slick with all the moisture on the racetrack, and it gets all over the windshield, and these bright lights that light up the track don't help at all. So it's definitely tough to see. Hopefully we can get this stuff cleared out.
You had a good season, 4 wins, the Rattler win as well. So to come down here, I feel like not a lot of people are talking about Michael Atwell, but maybe they should be.
That's all right. That's just how we like it. But I can't thank Chris Davidson and Mike Garvey enough for everything they've done this year. We got Jim Weber's car here from Chicago. Going to run a few races for them next year. So hopefully we could just keep that rolling. We got a green car this weekend, which is normally bad luck, but it's played out in our favor so far. So hopefully we can get the deal done tonight.
Listen, I've known Mike Garvey and Chris Davidson forever, and they're actually standing right over there. Our camera's going to go over there. They're 2 big guys. Okay, now Davidson just paid you, a great compliment, said you're a younger, better version of him. But those 2 guys, have they ever gotten on you? Because those are kind of intimidating guys if you don't do something well behind the wheel.
Oh, there's no doubt, but it's easy to lean on them. They got a ton of experience, obviously. The 2 of them won a ton of races, so going to new tracks and just asking tips, tricks, that kind of stuff. Chris spots for me, so that really helps out. Just keeping me calm in the race car.
Well, Chris is a gentleman on the left side of your screen, and he's run the Snowball Derby several times. Mike Garvey has as well, the gentleman on the right side of your screen. And Garvey, tough as nails behind the wheel for so many years, Jim Trado.
Thanks, Bob. We'll take it back up here for a little bit just to give you an idea. This is a shot from turn 3 looking across towards the front straightaway to give a little bit more of a visual representation of what Michael Atwell was just talking about, Adam. And I mean, that picture right there pretty much tells the story.
Well, here's the good news. When you're racing through turn 3, you don't have to see the front stretch. So I'm a glass half full type guy. So that's my thought.
It's been a long 4 days here at Five Flags Speedway, but it has not necessarily dampened our excitement and enthusiasm for this race when we do get it off and running. And the question now remains as to what will happen in terms of the fog that remains in the area. The track crew continuing to do their part to keep heat in the racetrack, and the rest of us just having to kind of wait and see to add another layer to what has been quite the memorable Snowball Derby experience here, with all 4 days being impacted by some form of inclement weather. I don't believe that has ever happened before.
Yeah, I've been coming here since 2010 every year for the Derby, and there's been nothing ever like this for any of the Derbies. We've had days where it's rained, and we've lost days, and we've had to postpone the race. In fact, the Derby one year ran on Tuesday, but we had everything else in to that point. this is just a different scenario, and it's just been a rough few days. So if this is your first Derby experience, they're not like this. This is atypical. The 58th running of the Snowball Derby, hopefully coming up in a little bit here on FloRacing.
Tickets for the 2026 season of Speed at Worldwide Technology Raceway are on sale now. The Bommarito Automotive Group 500, June 6th and 7th. The NASCAR Cup Series Enjoy Illinois 300, O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and Confluence Music Festival, September 11th through 13th. And the NHRA Napa Auto Parts Midwest Nationals, October 2nd through 4th. Save big by going to WWTRaceway.com.
Women owned and manufactured in South Carolina, PFC Brakes is the #1 choice for motorsports, fleets, auto manufacturers, and first responders. PFC delivers the best brakes on the market, guaranteed to outlast and outperform the competition. If you're looking to win at the track or reduce downtime for your fleet, or just need more stopping power when towing your boat or trailer, look no further than PFC Brakes. Visit us at pfcbrakes.com to find your local PFC Brakes distributor today. PFC Brakes are bred to win, from the track to the job site. No compromises.
Hey, this is Kyle Larson, and you're watching the best pavement, dirt, and drag racing, all live on FloRacing. You have great racing on the track, you have great crowds.
400 race cars.
Laps to go. Corner number 4 at the line. Brandon Overton.
For over 2 decades, Fastlane Racing Apparel has been the official merchandise partner of Five Flags Speedway and the Snowball Derby. Visit shopsnowballderby.com for the official event merchandise of the 57th Snowball Derby, or find us at our 3-track locations.
MD3, the most advanced body panels on the market. Aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looks so good. MD3, the #1 body choice for top dirt racers.
Hi, I'm JP Wibbs, and here at Buggy Works, we have the largest selection of new and used vehicles on the Gulf Coast. We also offer certified technician services and rentals. Come see our new location, Buggy Works, in the heart of Car City.
Continues here, and I'm looking at a young driver at age 17 trying to make his way into his first Snowball Derby, but more importantly, Casey Klein out of Quincy, Washington. You got a chance to race last night. Not a lot of drivers have had track time. How much do you think that's going to help you in your first Derby?
Yeah, I think that was super important. Track conditions, I would say, are about the same. The pro race was on a pretty green track. I would say this is pretty green after all the rain. So I'm just going to take what I learned last night and apply it to today and hope that helps me out. And then I would say I probably have some of the best tire knowledge, getting over 100 laps in last night. So I'm just going to use all that to help me tonight.
And when it comes to your team, you guys have been working towards this. 2024, winning the Northwest Super Late Model Series Championship, longer distance races, but then you stepped into a national schedule with the ASA Stars and did that quite a bit this past year and look to do more of that. As you grow and develop, how important is that when it comes to new tires being thrown at you or longer races or different competition given week to week?
Yeah, it's really important to just be really flexible and adapt to every situation. And having all that thrown at you at a young age helps you become a better driver, makes you learn quicker, helps you figure out all these things, and it helps build a mental bank of things you can use and apply. And so it's all really fun, and I kind of like the challenge. The unknown is really fun, and just to work through it and be one of the best at doing it. Because to be out here at the Snowball Derby on a new tire, qualifying, all these guys are no sleepers. They all can race. So it's really impressive what everyone can do here.
You qualified 10th. How much of your effort was putting down a qualifying run in that one practice we had, and how much will you have notes built from, say, another race or another time here at Five Flags when it comes to long distance runs?
Yeah, we did some mocks. We did get some testing in, so that helped us out a lot, but we kind of mainly focused on qualifying, just wanted to make the race. We knew we had good long run speed, and so we wanted to make the race, but it was kind of all unknown, qualifying on a different day, and fortunately we were able to make it on a really unknown track.
The thoughts of Casey Klein out of the state of Washington. His shop is in Idaho. They put a lot of miles in across the country. He said in the pre-race he had 8 or 9 starts here in Pro and Supers, looking for his first Derby finish here this evening.
Well, Ty Majeski and I are hanging out down here by turn number 1, and honestly, on our camera shot, it looks better than actually as we look out right now. Just what's going on in your mind right now as you look at this fog and what's going on at the racetrack, Ty?
Yeah, obviously we're all stuck between a rock and a hard place. Feel bad for Tim and his whole staff, and yeah, everybody at the racetrack. You know, obviously this is their biggest event of the year, and yeah, the weather has just not been cooperating all weekend long. So again, appreciate all you fans sticking this out. Obviously not ideal conditions, but whenever we do get on the racetrack, we promise to put on a good show.
How was it when you were out there and just circulating around under a couple of caution laps?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the track, you know, we kind of lost the track a little bit. The biggest thing for me was just the visibility with the lights and the fog and, you know, kind of the moisture on the windshield. You know, basically couldn't see much off of turn 4. So I feel like I'm pretty on the aggressive side as far as racing in questionable conditions. And this one was a little bit too far for me even. So, yeah. Hopefully we can get going. Like I said, just, you know, disappointed. You know, you build up, you do go through driver intros, the anticipation builds, and we're getting out again. And but good news is, me and my guys get to watch a little bit of the Bears-Packer game, so it's going all right so far.
Oh, he's rooting for those Packers for sure. But I tell you what, if there's one car they're going to see on the racetrack in an event like this with these guys, it's certainly yours with Menards coming on board this year, not only with you in the Truck Series, but over here in the Super Late Models as well.
Yeah, a lot of great things to look forward to. Just very appreciative of everybody at Menards and everybody at Thor Sport for giving me an opportunity to represent such a great brand and great company, Wisconsin-based. Obviously, I'm from Wisconsin, so yeah, they're going to be all year on the Super Late Model 2026, and we figured what better place to debut the partnership at than at the Snowball Derby. So yeah, very excited to yeah, you know, start that partnership off here and hopefully give them a good first race.
From one cheesehead to another, let's go to Jim Trado.
Wisconsin proud. How about California proud for this next driver, Jacob Gomes, who's made the trek here several times. I think one year he ran the full blizzard schedule. It's crazy how you guys commit to this, but it's been a few years. This team with Mike Keene has won the Snowball Derby, at least Mike has as a crew chief. How much confidence does that give you, knowing your notes and his notes are now right here gelling for your run at the Derby again for the 9th time?
No, it feels good. You know, Mike's got a really good notebook. He's been coming here for, I don't know, 14 years probably, and I think we got a really good shot at it if we can get this thing in. He's a really good guy. He's really smart, and he knows what to do here. So, you know, Derek winning the Derby, him and Derek built up a really good notebook over the years. So hopefully we can add another one to his list.
And talk about the expanding efforts of the Gomes team. You and your dad were here last night fielding a Snowflake car. You've got other drivers you work with, as well as racing and winning races still on the West Coast. How about that dynamic? Is this all you get to do, or you got a real job?
No, my dad still makes me go to work every day. But yeah, we're just one big team. You know, Jace Hale and Hale Racing and Gomes Motorsports and Mike and my dad. We're all just one unified team, and it's been good. You know, learning. Jace has been racing and winning a lot of races and judging off, you know, what's everybody doing and just making the whole thing better for everybody. But, you know, I can't thank everybody enough, the Hale family and everybody for getting us here. They're part of the reason we're here. We Ubered in this trailer on the way here. So just thankful to be here, and hopefully you can get it.
A lot of effort goes into it to get the multiple teams here to the Derby. Jacob Gomes wants his shot at that Tom Dawson Trophy, guys.
Thanks, gentlemen. Good job down there. And there's a common thread that we have heard from amongst several of the drivers. And not only is it the fact that the track did, of course, get a little bit more damp as we were rolling through the late afternoon portion of our program, but the key concern here is visibility. And there's just not really a good way to gauge or range how long this fog could stick around. So we continue to be in a bit of a holding pattern here. So we're going to step aside from the Five Flags Speedway, and we'll come back with updates and information as available. You're watching live coverage of the 58th Annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports for the Five Flags Speedway in Pensacola, Florida.
It's all blood, sweat, and gears because we're racers first.
We're a family business, but more than that, we build what we'd race.
Steering boxes, transmissions, rear ends. If it goes under the race car, we build.
Women owned and manufactured in South Carolina, PFC Brakes is the #1 choice for motorsports, fleets, auto manufacturers, and first responders. PFC delivers the best brakes on the market, guaranteed to outlast and outperform the competition. If you're looking to win at the track or reduce downtime for your fleet, or just need more stopping power when towing your boat or trailer, look no further than PFC Brakes. Visit us at pfcbrakes.com to find your local PFC Brakes distributor today. PFC Brakes are bred to win, from the track to the job site. No compromises.
For more than 35 years, Flying A Motorsports has been the trusted name in race trailers, motor coaches, and toter homes. As the world's #1 Intech trailer dealer, Flying A leads the way in custom-designed race trailers and car haulers built to fit your vision. With a massive lineup of in-stock inventory and fully built custom builds from top brands like Intech, Renegade, Showhauler, T&E, Bravo, and C-Tech, we're ready to equip racers at every level. Whether you're a dirt racer, drag racer, or hot rodder alike, we have something for you.
Standing by with the newest potential astronaut, I guess, for NASA, Ryan Priest, the Apollo 60 behind us. I'm just going to ask you about all of this because it seems like we're not sure what vehicle we want it to be in. You got a race car, a rocket ship, your helmet, you're a fighter pilot, and there's the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile on the hood. So what are we doing?
We're just having a good time with it, I guess. No, I had a fan come up to me at Phoenix, and he called me the Apollo 60, and I'm like, man, that'd be pretty cool on a race car. So then Aaron from RFK, I asked, and I was like, hey, can you design the super late model and put a paint scheme together? And as we were doing that, between racechoice.com and Oscar Mayer, we were able to put the Wienermobile on the side of the car and make it look like it's going to the moon. So it's been a cool little process, and I definitely I've enjoyed it, and can't thank Pete from Sign Pro up in Connecticut enough for getting the wrap down to me so we could put it on there, and just enjoyed the whole process. But the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile on the side of the race car and on the hood is definitely a nice touch.
I think the best part about the Apollo 60 thing is that you're willing to poke fun at yourself over the 2 wild rides at Daytona the last couple of years. How do you get to that point of comfortability that you can poke fun at big things like that?
Well, to be honest with you, I think as race car drivers, when you have a big wreck or something like that, it doesn't bother you quite like somebody who may have gotten in a major, street car accident that's a little different. So I feel like every time, race car drivers show up, you don't want to wreck, but there's an opportunity or a possibility that you will. So for me, it doesn't really bother me at all. Kind of sucks that we flipped twice at Daytona, 2 out of 4, but, I also believe in the law of averages, and I've been in enough wrecks in super speedways that hopefully we're not anymore going into the 500 this year.
That would be great for you. Another thing that'd be great is taking this really cool paint scheme to the front of the field on Sunday in the 58th Snowball Derby. There's a lot of things new here. The new scheme, new car, new hauler over there. Just learned where the air horn was this morning. That was fun.
Yeah, that was a neat time driving it in, and we almost were going to go try and find like a hot dog outfit to drive in with that. But yeah, I'm proud of the car. It was an easy process and one that I enjoyed doing throughout the year. And being a guy from Connecticut, I've raced modifieds my entire life. That's all I've ever known. So coming here with a super late model, it's just different. You don't know what you don't know, and it's definitely been a process. But I've enjoyed it, and it's enjoy the process so you can so it can love you back. And or I think the saying is, we're going to edit this, by the way. I think the saying is love the process so the process can love you back. But yeah, no, I've enjoyed it. I got a group of friends and guys that work on the 60 car, and we're just we're having a good time.
You've been here to this race a handful of times, run really well a couple of times. Yeah. As a modified guy coming into the late model world, moonlighting a few times, how have you learned what this race means, and what would it mean to you to go out there and win it?
I don't even know. Has somebody from New England even won this race?
One time.
1974.
1974. I don't know if you can hear him behind the camera.
Hamilton.
Let's just do this.
1974, Pete Hamilton.
There you go. It's been since 1974.
Yeah, over 50 years. That's wild. That would be pretty crazy. And, you know, I feel like New England's kind of like that sneaky place for racing, right? Most people, when they think of late models or racing, they think the Southeast, you know, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, all that. Well, we love our racing, even though it's not a modified. You know, I've enjoyed coming here and doing this, and we'll give it all we can. I was really happy how Monday went with the test for us. It went a lot better. We all kind of joked when we left at the end of the day of it definitely went a lot better than we anticipated. So I felt like we got some good notes, make some good decisions. Hopefully the rain holds out, and we can go have a good time.
All right, last thing here before we wrap up. You're a two-time dad. So how in the world are you finding the time to build a race car, buy a new hauler, do all the things? You're very busy on the Cup side with appearances and videos. RFK's got you doing a ton of videos for sponsors. How are you finding all of this time? Because there's only 24 hours in the day, but it feels like there's somehow more for Ryan Preece.
Yeah, that's a great question. You should go ask my wife. She's really hated me the past couple weeks. You know, and to be honest with you, I'm gone right now, right? You're gone for a week, and I wish I could help more right now at home with me being here, but she's definitely been a saint. And you know, I call in the morning, FaceTime at night, and yeah, I spend a lot of time in my race shop. And you know, she's a racer. She knows the amount of work and dedication it takes to go do things like this. I wish I could lie to fans and tell them it's super easy, but it's not. And you know, as a race car driver, you get addicted to the process of coming and doing all of these things to come race. And yeah, so I'm thankful I have a wife that used to race and understands, you know, the sacrifices that come with it.
Well, hopefully Ryan Preece can rocket the Apollo 60 to the front of the field on Sunday and make all of this worth it on Sunday's Snowball Derby.
All right, Bob, what are we doing?
Headed in, ready to go. It's always, I don't see how they park these haulers the way they do. It's crazy. They do a great job. It's one of the most stressful things at our race when we do the Peak State Classic is parking. So I can only imagine they got it down pat. So they do a good job.
You a good parker?
Am I a good parker?
Yeah.
Well,
You're not going to scrape going in through the gate.
Well, I don't know. I just got this new hauler, new truck, and this thing doesn't turn in a 10-acre field. So I don't know how I'm going to do. I'm probably going to blow it right here. Let's see. Show them our pit. You good, boss?
Y'all be safe, man.
Good. I was watching a replay of the race the other day, and I saw him. I was like, man, I hadn't seen him in a while.
I can do it for you.
Can you?
Now hear this. Sonoy, Georgia, number 26, Bubba Puller.
The guy that can't win the Derby.
Jerk.
Got another super or pro?
Super.
26 Pollard Super. Go ahead.
Thanks, sir. Oh, Steve. Now you're putting the pressure on me.
This is kind of tight.
It's tight. This thing is, because I can't see the nose of the truck either. So I don't know how close I am to the wall. My dad would be pissed if I knocked his front bumper off. Call me a no driving ass. Good?
How you doing, Bubba?
Good, you? Probably want some. I'm glad you got that on film. That's right there. You see how these race directors talk to these drivers?
See, he ain't my favorite, by God.
Beep! You better be glad I didn't tell you what you look like this morning. Yeah, I don't know if I can park this thing. Where's my other hauler?
Here's the man of the hour, Tom.
Wheeling it. Didn't do too bad. Got lucky on that one.
Didn't hear a scrape.
There's so many lines back there, I don't know which line I'm supposed to go off of. Have no clue. Look at it, he give me a thumbs up, son. Look at there.
No way.
Got him. Got it.
Like a glove.
Heck yeah.
Hey, this is Kyle Larson, and you're watching the best pavement, dirt, and drag racing, all live on FloRacing. You have great racing on the track, you have great crowds.
400 race cars.
Laps to go. Corner number 4 at the line. Brandon over.
The 2026 season of speed at Worldwide Technology Raceway are on sale now. The Bommarito Automotive Group 500, June 6th and 7th. The NASCAR Cup Series Enjoy Illinois 300, O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and Confluence Music Festival, September 11th through 13th. And the NHRA Napa Auto Parts Midwest Nationals, October 2nd through 4th. Save big by going to WWTRaceway.com.
Back at what is still a very foggy Five Flags Speedway in Pensacola, Florida, as we continue to attempt to get the 58th annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports off the ground. And as we were actually talking and converging with this, the circumstance involving the fog in this region is actually impacting the adjacent airports of the track property. So this is quite the matter that's impacting more than just this race and more than just this event. But nevertheless, considering what everyone has gone through over the last few days, Adam, this has been emotionally taxing for a lot of people, drivers, fans alike. But we are guaranteed that this race is going to happen, hopefully tonight, but guaranteed at some point, and it's going to be well worth the wait. We've heard Ty Majeski and all the other drivers we've talked to just say, if you could bear with us just a little bit longer, when we get there, it's going to be worth it.
Ty Majeski was funny. He said, you know, I'm kind of one of the guys that leans on, I'll race in kind of some sketchy situations. He's like, yeah, he said the visibility's a little bit rough. I think most of the drivers were in agreement they could probably get the track dry pretty quick if they went around and rolled for a while, but at even half throttle. But the visibility is pretty rough around this track, especially when they're used to seeing clear track ahead. So we're seeing what it does here over the next hour. And obviously, we'll keep you updated. We want to race tonight. We raced last night. We raced it all the way until, 3:30 in the morning this morning to get the Alan Turner Snowflake 125 in. 3:24 a.m. we finished races here. That shows how dedicated everyone was to getting the race in. And the way yesterday went, we kind of just hung out all around Pensacola because we knew we weren't going to get on track until later in the day. And it went pretty fast then after that. We had 2 rounds of qualifying for a lot of race cars, over 60 pro late models, over 40 super late models, 2 last chances in the pros, 1 in the supers, and then the big 125 lap feature that we completed again at 3:24, which wasn't the latest one. That happened several years ago when it was after 4 in the morning that we completed that. But we hope to race tonight, obviously. If the visibility doesn't improve, the mist and the fog doesn't improve, well, then we have the fallback plan, which would be tomorrow. So we're just holding our hopes up We want to see racing on track and safe racing for these competitors for sure.
These circumstances remind us just how many unsung heroes we have that help put on these events. And I'm talking everybody from the parking attendants here at the Speedway, local authorities who shift plans to try to assist with the amount of people that are in this region during this weekend and during this time, all the track employees, our entire production crew, several volunteers who offer to put these events up, but most notably, the fans here at Five Flags Speedway and the fans who have been watching along on FloRacing, as just about every event that we have put on over these 4 days did not necessarily land on the originally scheduled timeline because of the inclement weather that continued to press and try us all the way up to this point. So we continue to be in a bit of a holding pattern. You see track drying efforts, or at least trying to keep some heat in the racetrack, continue with several vehicles around this half-mile venue as we hope to inch closer towards some more information as to what is next for the 58th Annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports. And Adam, we've talked about a couple of war stories in terms of outcomes here. 2014 was a late night. We had a few years ago where there was some issues that pushed the race to Tuesday. This is not completely uncharted territory. It's something we have a lot of experience with, as do the drivers. We'll go down to Joe's Racing Products pit reporter Bob Dillner for more.
Hanging out here in the infield with Bubba Pollard and Miller right here. His daughter, one of three, actually. He went across the stage, and this is how a dad, Bubba Pollard, hangs out during a rain delay?
Yeah, it's changed a lot over the years, the last 10 years, actually. But, yeah, just my wife, she gets scared when the camera comes around, so she took off running, so we'll call her out. But, yeah, it's neat to have them here and get to spend time with them and do something we enjoy and do something we love. So it's pretty neat.
I saw your dad here. We know how tough of a guy he is, but he seems to melt around these kids. He come over here playing with Milla and everybody, just a softy Sonny now.
Yeah, he's a lot different when we were kids. They get away with a lot more than what we did when we were younger. But, yeah, there's been a lot of times where they need to get in trouble and they don't with the grandparents. So it's been good, but it's fun.
Hey, what do you think about what's going on here? Have you ever seen anything like this at Five Flags before?
No, that's what someone's asking me in the driver intro. What's it going to do? I've never seen it happen before like this. So, yeah, it's man, it's just, what do you think? You like it? Yeah. But it's just, it's an unfortunate situation here, Tim, and everyone at Five Flags has occurred this weekend. We know how it feels having the racetrack and the dirt track and things like that. So it's tough, but they've done a great job, and we did the best we can to, to work with each other and work together and to make it all happen. So hopefully they can. It ain't looking too good for this evening, but hopefully we can get in tomorrow or something and make something happen.
I was going to say this forecast does look sunny tomorrow. What are you thinking? Can you get it in tonight? What would have to happen?
It's going to be tough to get it in tonight. The weatherman seems to be always wrong, so we never know what's going to happen. But look, she is excited or something. Okay.
Did you say go, Daddy? She buttoned up a little bit right there.
Yeah. So it's going to be tough with the fog the way it is and just the moisture in the air. But, it is what it is at this point, and we'll just do the best we can.
Here's what I love about the Pollards. He's got his kids down here. His wife is down here as well. Sonny, his dad, his mom is here as well. So just nice to see the Pollards. They've meant so much to super late model racing and now dirt late model racing as well. But they are a true racing family.
Thanks, Bob. Those moments certainly make me miss my two girls back home, and I love the family bonding here and taking the chance for the opportunity to, despite the circumstance, make the most of the time that is available as we continue to await word on the plans that will continue to roll forward for the 58th Annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports. And Adam, before we went down to Bob, I was trying to rehash. This is only my second year being fortunate enough to cover this event and come to this racetrack and be here. You've been part of this for 16, this your 16th year?
Correct.
Okay, so my math is good there at least. You've been a part of some of these circumstances where things get knocked out of line and pushed out a day or so, and it is a really tough thing. And Bubba was able to relate to it there, talking about his family-run racetrack down in Georgia. I mean, these are unprecedented circumstances that have unfortunately popped up here at Five Flags a couple of times over the last decade and a half. But this weekend in particular has been wild.
It has been definitely grueling. I actually see some drying on the racetrack, which is a good sign, and I feel like a little bit the fog has dissipated somewhat. You can still see it, but it is definitely lightened in intensity. So there's my glass half full right now. I like the fact that it looks like it's dried some on the front stretch. We don't see the noticeable wet squares that we saw earlier. And the fans are sticking it out down in turn 1 and 2. They're wanting to see some racing tonight. And again, the track trucks continue to roll. And I feel like I see a little less fog and a little more visibility than I saw just 20 minutes ago.
I know there are several types of fans that have reached out or sent message or posted that they stayed up to watch the end of the Snowflake last night up till 3:30 a.m. Central Time, 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And then we're locked in right here at our originally scheduled start time at 11 a.m. Central. And they have not gone just about anywhere. We cannot thank the fans here at the track enough, and those watching along on Flow as well, as we continue to hold out hope that we can get the 58th Annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports in tonight, with contingency plans possibly being laid out if this does need to be pushed after what has been quite the taxing last few days for all involved here. And we continue to watch these track group members and several others try to work to get this track into a position where potentially we could race if we could just get a little bit more cooperation from Mother Nature.
I think if you get just a little more visibility, I think we're in the ballpark again. Better than we were 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago. So we'll continue to roll the track, continue to dry. You see the trucks are out there. Trucks dragging tires as well by the speed shot right there, as the Five Flag Speedway safety crew continues to roll around the racetrack, doing the best that they can to dry the track. It looks like it's made some improvement, maybe visibility getting slightly better. Let's hope it keeps continuing to go in the right direction from Five Flag Speedway for the Snowball Derby.
It's the beauty of waking up at Pensacola, Florida for Five Flag Speedway and Snowball Derby time. This gentleman to my left has done this a lot. This is not 10th Snowball Derby. The anticipation in 2008 must have been much different as a young teenager coming here to this famous joint. You've been here a long time, Casey Roderick. Talk about the anticipation of getting back to the Derby for 3 years removed from your last run.
Well, it's always great to come back to this event. You know, it's one of our favorite ones for the year, and we all look forward to it every year. Just sometimes we deal with some weather, and this year's been really bad on that. So I hate it for Five Flag Speedway. They work hard for this event, and I know they're having to make tough decisions this week, and just makes for a long week too. So all the teams here work very hard to get our cars prepared, and to sit here and wait to get on the track is painful. So hopefully we can get rolling here. I think we got a good car. This Rhett Jones Racing team done a good job so far for me, and I want to get out there and make some laps.
It's a new opportunity that I talked to team co-owner Terry Jones about, saying if you have Casey in the car and you're developing this new Port City chassis with that team, you've got Derek Thorne working with your team, you've got other drivers involved and engaged, and other drivers you can rely upon. Your input's got to be a huge effort now that you got a chance again to get back into Super, starting at the All-American 400 last month.
Yeah, it was good to go back to the All-American as well. You know, I really appreciate these guys giving me the opportunity. You know, I only ran a handful of races this year so far, and to come back to two of the biggest events of the year was a lot of fun for me, and gave me some confidence going into next year. Hopefully we can get some good things going next year. So I like these Port City race cars. They drive well. Just got to learn like what they like, and see what happens as soon as we get started here. I feel like we got a better car than where we're starting. So I think Gary and the guys are doing a good job for me, and they're going to make some good calls during the race.
You've had a lot of success here. Southern Super Series champ, Blizzard champ a couple years removed, ASA Stars champ. You've got the race at this racetrack. You won a ton of races, but the anticipation of just this weekend coming up, knowing you ran at a pro that you know is a good piece, having this great opportunity with these guys, how does that all play into how you prepare, knowing the opportunities you're building on have been a little sparse, I'd say, in the last couple of years, unfortunately. I think you belong where you are right now.
Yeah, it's I ran 2 years with ACR, and that's probably my most steady deal for I say over the last 10 years. And it's always been up and down. Sport takes a lot of money to keep going, and unfortunately I don't have a lot of that, and I have to rely on other guys giving me an opportunity, and I try to make the best of every one of them. So looking forward to the future with these guys, and build something good on.
When it comes to the weather, you've been here a lot of times. You know that we're right on the coastline here. How do you kind of manage those ideas of even practice, having just a couple practice sessions and waiting for the opportunity and having to turn that switch on so often here at this racetrack?
Well, it makes it tough, for the guys that don't get to practice beforehand. We did practice before we came, and so it helped. But it's just one of them deals. I mean, we gotta take what we're given. So it's going to be interesting. See who falls back or goes forward, and hopefully we're one of the ones that go forward.
Casey Roderick will start 23rd. Always a fun driver to watch, especially here at one of his home tracks, Five Flag Speedway. He'll start 23rd once you get back racing here, guys.
Chase Pinsino, one of those drivers hoping to get things kick-started. I knew his granddad back in the day. In fact, worked on some of his granddad's race cars with Johnny Sauter and Tim Sauter. But Chase, you picking up the family flag now and doing some racing. But I want to know, we need to get something started here, because this is getting kind of boring a little bit. We're all kind of waiting things out. We've been doing so all weekend, and you had an idea.
I mean, we got to figure out a way to do something, right? So you got to figure it out, find some younger drivers, get a football, and get something going, because there's nothing else to do. We're all waiting around, bored in the fog. So we got to figure out something better to do than just stand here.
So you think football, and you think two-hand touch would be good on pit road here?
I think anything's better than doing what we're doing right now, standing around. So anything's better than this.
You kind of look like a cornerback. We were talking about that a little bit, but how much defensive side of driving are you going to do? You like that segue there? when we do get started here with you in this Derby for the first time?
I mean, hopefully not a lot. Like to be majority offense. Obviously, everyone likes to go forward, but track position is going to be important. Starting a little bit deeper than I would have liked. First Derby qualifying is now under my belt, so I feel like if I had to do over, I'd do a little bit better, but excited to be part of the show and super thankful.
What do you think about how this weekend has been for your first Derby weekend? Very hard to get a read on anything, and is there a little bit of an unknown going into this 300-lap race?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's a little bit of an unknown for everybody. No one's really had a lot of time to do race runs for the week that we've been down here. Would have liked a lot more practice, obviously. It being our first Derby, would have loved a little bit more preparation, a few more mocks and such, but super confident still because I feel like our race run program's always been good.
Chase Pinsino, one of those rising young stars, really good in the pro late model, really kind of trying out the super late models as well, and he'll do a mix of that again next year. Guys?
Well, there's a conference going on down here in turn 4 on pit road. It's got Matt Craig, it's got Ryan Preece, it's got Cody Glick from Hampke Chassis, it's got Anthony Campy, and the guy on the golf cart is Freddie Query, who's won a couple of All-American 400s, run a bunch of races here at Pensacola's Five Flag Speedway, and they're all kind of wondering what's coming next. And Matt Craig is here, taking some laps around. You've done a lot here in pros and supers. What are your thoughts about the wait to get the Derby going?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good. Like, there's fog and visibility, but it seems like the fog's kind of clearing out a little bit. It seems like the wind speed's picked up some, so maybe it might get something done tonight.
You've been here a lot. You raced your Blizzard races. You raced your Pro Late model, including last night. Let's talk about that last night run and how you got a chance to race that family car and get some laps in that might help you tonight.
Yeah, it's always fun racing the Pro Late model. You know, we usually run pretty good in it, but we struggled a little bit this weekend. We didn't really get a lot of practice, and we don't really run that Pro Late model very much. You know, I think that was only our 3rd pro race of the year, so need a little bit more practice. Maybe had a better showing, but you know, last night it was really late. I think I only slept about 3 hours last night, so I wouldn't be opposed to racing tomorrow so I can get a good night's rest tonight.
So we saw the profile on the drive to Derby. You've got 2 young kids, so going racing might get you more sleep. So I'm guessing you're kind of jonesing for that too.
Yeah, it's kind of a do if you do if you don't.
When it comes to racing with Bob Lyon and the opportunity here, it's what, 2 or 3 races this year, maybe some more next year. Tell us how this came about, racing for Bob and not having to put every effort into your family team running 1 or 2 different cars in a given weekend.
Yeah, Bob and Cody Glick with Hampke approached me earlier this summer and asked me if I would be interested in running some races with them, and of course I was interested. And Cody does such a good job with the cars, and Bob's a great owner, and you know, it's fun. You know, hopefully next year we can run some different races and try some different tracks I've never been to and Bob's never been to. So that's the plan right now.
What's it been like so far, knowing that you and your dad, your brother, have made a lot of your own calls? You brought in Marcus Richmond in the past to kind of get things working on race weekends, but now you're working with kind of a new set, a new plan here, a helmet carrier almost, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've done pretty well in the Derby, you know, with our family car. I think we finished 5th a couple of years ago. That was a good showing, and we had Marcus Richmond come and help us crew chief that event, and he does a fabulous job and is very good. And you know, it's been fun. Hopefully we can put a good run together tonight or tomorrow with this Bob Lyon car.
Provisional starting spot, 35th. Your thoughts about that far back and how good this field is and what you might have to do like versus some others that are further forward on the grid?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long ways back. It's a long race, though. You know, I think our car will be good on the long run. You know, a lot of these cars qualify really well, and they don't handle very well after about 20, 25 laps. So hopefully, you know, our car will be good in the long run and we can make our way up there. We got, you know, a lot of laps to do it. And, I mean, you really just got to be in the top 5-ish, about 50 to go, and it's anybody's race.
You've been in those positions. You've been able to get up in front. You have yet to lead a lap in the Derby, though, which I was surprised as all get out about. You've won a lot of races. What is that feeling going to be like, knowing that, okay, I've got a car, I'm in the top 5, I've seen you run a ton of races. Top 5 is what you're normally racing, but getting that lead, how important would that be?
Yeah, I mean, you got to get in the lead to win, so, you know, that's always the goal. It's just been tough. The field here, the quality of cars and the drivers, it's a tough race, you know. Even when you're running like in 20th place, and you're racing a guy for 19th, it's just like racing a guy for second or third on a normal race. You know, it's a normal weekend show. So this race is just so tough. You know, even the guys in the back, like we are, you know, good guys in the back, good guys in the front. It's just a hard field.
Indeed, just to get in the show, and Matt Craig's going to start from 35th with some really good company back that way. Let's check in with Bob, who's with on pit road, with who he may have caught up under this delay here at Five Flag Speedway.
Another guy that's starting back there by Matt Craig as well is Steven Nasse, but let's not talk about that at all, at least not yet. Let's talk about what we're seeing. Do you see much progress here right now, Steven?
No, it's not looking great. You know, I hate it. I hate everything we've been through. This is almost... it ranks up there with one of the worst derbies weather-wise that I've had. You know, we had that one year where we raced on a Wednesday, I believe, but, you know, we haven't got any practice and got sent right to qualifying. And now that we went to go get the race fired off, this fog comes in, and it doesn't show any signs of moving anytime soon. You know, I hope it gets right out of here. We get right to racing, but the track's got a little bit of work that it needs done, so it's not looking promising.
Not looking promising, but at the same time, they're still putting in their diligence, getting the job done. I want to talk about this race car a little bit, because in pre-race ceremonies, you got the HD5 Designs Best Appearing Car Award, actually voted on by a lot of different people. But there's some thought process that went into this race car as well. It was very intricate in the paint scheme. What was the philosophy there?
I just wanted something bright, you know, and didn't want to go with the usual colors, you know, with the black or you know, the white. And then obviously I went with the red and the blue before. So trying to do something different, never really done a silver before. So we decided let's try it this year. And I think it actually turned out really nice. It'd be great if we can get a sunny day, and then you could really see that sparkle shine. But I feel like in qualifying, even though it wasn't a good show, the car looked good under the lights, and it had some shine to it, and that's what we were going for. Everybody at HD5, they do a great job at putting these designs together, and I'm very picky. You know, I like what I like, and I feel like a lot of things I did, you know, definitely make it pop, but they do a fantastic job putting the wrap on. Even you know, I'd say they're the best in the business.
So I think it looks like a Christmas ornament, and I love it, honestly. You know, Tim asked me who I'd vote for. You were the one, honestly, and I'm not just saying that because you're here right now, but I want to know, it looks like a Christmas theme. Are you a big Christmas guy? Christmas season's coming up. Are you holly jolly just like Santa Claus, or what?
I mean, I do like Christmas. It's not as good as it used to be, obviously, getting a little bit older now, but you know, it's a good time with family, and I'm really close with my family, my niece and my nephews and my sisters. So they've actually been wanting me to do you know, like a movie themed again, my niece and nephews. So I told them next year I'll let them design what I'm going to use, and so we'll probably have something pretty crazy.
Are you already looking at next year and what you guys are going to do, what you're going to tackle? Is that on the horizon yet, or do you need to get by the Derby first?
You got to get by the Derby first. You know, this weekend's been a rough weekend all around. You know, I just got to get through this race. This is the main one. This is what I've been chasing for, I don't know if this is my 14th or 15th year now, but it's been a long journey, and just wanting to cross this one off the list, and we'll figure out what we're doing after that.
He'll probably get in some golf games over the winter as well, because when you're from Pinellas Park, Florida, it's warm enough even in the winter that you can get some rounds in.
Thanks, Bob. And by our math, looks like it is his 15th Snowball Derby attempt for Steven Nasse, who described in a very long form interview that was part of our Road to the Derby in 2024 with Matthew Dillner and our content company. He described the Snowball Derby as, to him, the mecca of asphalt short track racing. It's something that he has had his sights on for quite some time, and it's a remarkable effort for Nasse Company. Him and Bubba Pollard, two of the best of this discipline of racing, still trying to nail down a win at this venue. We'll go back down to Jim Trado.
Well, the consulting cart of Freddie Query has made his way up the grid area here, but we're talking to pole sitter Preston Peltier, and I'm going to butt in right now. Why not, right? We got time to kill. Freddie's got information for these guys. I'm not going to ask Preston to say it verbatim, but man, the anticipation. You were in this race a couple years ago, out early. Didn't know if you're going to drive in this thing till recently, and you put this thing on the pole. What's that highs and lows of knowing you got a great piece, a couple laps, and here we are?
Well, I was just laughing with Freddie here about this is my opportunity to sit on the pole a little bit longer. So, yeah, you know, man, I'll tell you, the weather's really trying on the fans, on the track, you know, on the crews. Right now, just because of this this fog, we've lost like 4 of our pit crew guys. They got to be gone tomorrow, you know. So some of them are driving out to catch flights in Atlanta, and some of them are driving back to North Carolina tonight. So it's a shame, but you know, we'll figure something out, and you know, we'll go racing either late tonight or hopefully tomorrow sometime.
You've had a chance to race with a lot of young drivers. You're still at it. You obviously are fast. You said, hey, I might be older, but I'm still fast. When it comes to this mindset, though, you have put your effort into building your own chassis. You put your effort into attracting young drivers and even proven drivers like Jace Hansen to race your stuff. What's it like then saying, I got to find my helmet bag. I'm going to be driving my own piece.
Well, it gets harder. You know, you have to dedicate a lot of time and effort, you know, as a driver. You know, you got to eat right. You got to exercise. You got to stay in the seat. You know, there's a difference between being in shape and being in racing shape, and I'm in neither right now. So, I don't know. You know, we'll just see what happens.
Have you had a chance to get a sandwich yet?
Yeah, I've ate a few today.
When it comes to getting racing, no, go ahead. You're next. We got all sorts of time. He's got more to say.
Yeah, I'll tell you. What I really need is a nap.
I think that's on the list for some people as well. When we get back racing here, what's it like getting back in this seat? I know you've been here a bunch of times, but these opportunities are fewer. Let's put it that way. You're not done yet, but they're fewer. So what's it like knowing you got a good piece, you got a good car to lay down a lap, you got a good pro late with Gabe Brown the other night? I mean, this is impressive. Rolling into the Derby so strong.
Yeah, we, you know, the platform we've come up with, it works really well at most places, and we really got it dialed in here. You know, I got Jace to thank for that from last year. You know, he had a fast car, but, you know, you're always looking to tweak on stuff and looking at recognizing the stuff that we could make better. You know, we did, and we had a plan when we came here and executed it, and the only thing we haven't done is run to 300 laps.
How about the pride in knowing you brought the speed to a track that a lot of people spend a whole lot more time trying to perfect?
Man, I feel like I've always been pretty quick here. So, yeah, it's, you know, it's one of those things where you can stand a little taller and poke your chest out a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of cool feeling. Yeah, there's a lot of really smart people here. There's a lot of big money here, and to come down here and you know, show them what you got, it means a little something, I guess.
On his second pole for a little while longer. He's also qualified third twice now for the Derby, and looking forward to see how Preston performs once you get back racing. Thanks, Preston, for your time. Bob?
So, Jim, we go from the old guy, and I say that very nicely because I love Preston Peltier, to some new kids. You know, Ty Fredrickson, Gavin Boschel over there, 16 and 17 years old, sitting in the minivan. Look like you're having a great time. What have you been doing?
We're kind of just hanging out. We're pretty bored here. We got rain on the racetrack. Spotters can't really see, so we're not having that much fun right now, but we're making the best of what we got.
You know, I can't ask Gavin any questions there. And your dad was pretty good speaker back in the day when I would interview him back in the old ASA days. So what if I give you the microphone and you become the reporter now, because I'm tired, I'm done with this, and you can interview Gavin Boschel? How about that?
Perfect. Let's do it.
Let's go.
All right, we are with Gavin Boschel, driver of the JBL Toyota Camry, number 24. Crashed your car in practice, so now we're in a backup. Do you think the backup's as good as the primary?
Dude, I think that thing's better than the primary. And my good guys here, we got, where's Dennis at? My crew chief is hiding over there. Josh is right here. Max is right here. Alex isn't even on our car, so he doesn't count. He's got that, they were on the scale setting that thing up. So whenever we hit the racetrack, it's gonna be good to go. Max is up here. He's got an old lady. He's swiping on Tinder right now. But, you know, we're having fun.
There we go.
Well, that definitely went in a different direction in a hurry. But Gavin Boschel and Ty Fredrickson, no matter when we get on the racetrack, I'm sure they'll be fun to watch. Back up to you, boys.
Thanks, Bob. We appreciate all the work down there. As we return you now to the vantage point that we have. So, as you can tell, the circumstances here at the Five Flags Speedway have not necessarily been able to improve. So, the decision has just come down from the racetrack that the running of the 58th Annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports has been postponed until Monday, December 8th, scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Central Time. So the Snowball Derby has been postponed to tomorrow, Monday, December 8th, with a start time of 1 p.m. Central, and it will in fact be shown live as promised here on Flow Racing. Now, for the races that were originally scheduled to run on Monday, the support divisions that were impacted by the weather that pretty much disrupted the entire schedule over the course of the last 4 days, those support divisions, all of them, have been moved to Tuesday, and they will run at 4 p.m. Central Time, also available for viewing here on Flow. But the important note here is that the plug has been pulled on trying to get this show in after this fog has refused to yield over the Speedway. So the 58th Annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports will be 1 p.m. Central Time on Monday, December 8th. And Adam, I think absolutely everybody did absolutely everything they could to try to get this race in, but it just wasn't meant to be tonight.
Yeah, and I think they talked to a lot of the drivers and teams. They didn't feel comfortable with the fog situation, whether it be the visibility with the lights or the track conditions with the moisture. They felt that if it didn't move out here within the next hour, and it hasn't, it lightened up a little bit. Now it's thickened up a little bit again. Tomorrow, 12:45, we will come on air. 12:45 Central Time, 1 o'clock Central Time will be when the race begins, but 12:45 Central will come up with a short pre-race, and we will go racing for 36 drivers in the 58th running of the Snowball Derby presented by Flow Racing.
So what I'm going to do right now is what I implore every viewer to do. I'm going to call in sick to work tomorrow because I'm going to be here and not miss this race. And I hope that everybody watching along does that as well, or at least has a good enough setup where you can have the Flow app up on your computer or phone while you're quote-unquote working.
There you go.
In all seriousness, we hope that you all come back to join us. As Adam mentioned, 12:45 p.m. Central Time, so that will be 1:45 Eastern. And one more huge amount of support and gratitude to everyone at the Five Flags Speedway, our entire production crew who has been put through the ringer. I want to thank everybody who is here on the property and those helping us from afar. And we're going to get to do it at least one more day for the Derby. And again, the support race is being moved to Tuesday. So one more time from the Five Flags Speedway today, on behalf of Bob Dillner, Jim Trado, Adam Mackey, our entire production team, I'm Eric Brennan. So long from Five Flags Speedway. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon for the 58th Annual Snowball Derby presented by Flow Sports at 12:45 p.m. Central. Good night, everybody.